Come on, everybody. We'll see how many people are up tonight. Making me some pressed coffee, and we'll get going on the live. We'll see. We'll wait for some people to come into the room. See what everybody's up to. Today was my 61st birthday. I had a great birthday. I just got back from the brewery. Went out and had some dinner. Got me a new hat today. Hey, what's up? Welcome to the live. We're going to start talking about automotive and some tools that are available on Amazon. Earlier I talked about some tools, but I wasn't able to find the power probe. So I found the power probe on Amazon, but I wasn't able to load it as a link. So we'll mess around here. I'll get going here shortly. It takes a little bit on these lives to get people into the room. Usually takes about 10 minutes or so. Hope everybody is doing well. Anyway, I'm making me some pressed coffee. I was up really early this morning to get some content ready for the lives. So we'll do some live talk. You guys can talk about hot rods or whatever you want to talk about. We can do automotive questions, whatever you want to do. Anyway, I'm just getting ready for the live, making me some pressed coffee so we can sit down and go over some tools. I picked out a bunch of tools from Amazon that I thought was a good bargain. And depending on what kind of an audience we get tonight, if you guys want to talk about tools, we can. If not, that's cool too. As you come into the live, if you would put down where you're from, we'll see. It takes a little bit. Just today's my birthday. I just turned 61 today. Went and got me a new hat. They didn't have the ones I like. I like the Flex Fit hats, but they didn't have them today, so I had this one made. Went over to Lids. Man, that's an expensive deal. Going to Lids. Hayden Popcorn, welcome to the live. Happy birthday. Appreciate that. Turned 61 today. So we're going to have a little live tonight, have some discussion. We can talk about anything you want to talk about. We'll do automotive if you want to. You can ask about your cars. Hey, as you guys are coming in the room, if you would. Hey, yo, what's up, buddy? Red Icy. Welcome to the live. Today's my birthday, so I figured I'd stay up and do a little live with you guys, go over some tools that I found on Amazon Prime that I think is a good deal. Happy birthday, man. Hey, thanks. Hey, Schroyer, how you doing? Yeah, Betsy took me out tonight. We went to the brewery. Had some dinner and a flight of some beverages and stuff. How old are you? I'm 61 today. 61 years young, buddy. Happy birthday. When do you think we'll have... Actually, flying cars, I've been talking about that for a while. I told my kids you're going to see flying cars in your lifetime. It's just around the corner. What age do you think? It's probably too friendly to tell. He's adopted. Happy birthday. The Tick. Hey, Tick, how you doing, buddy? He was on here the other night when we were all up until like 4 in the morning. Happy birthday, bro. David Halsey. Newcastle for you. It's a good beer. Good for you. Hey, yeah, I went to the brewery tonight. We had some Oktoberfest at Sierra Nevada. They're all over the country now, Sierra Nevada. You guys never tried Sierra Nevada? That brewery started in a guy's garage. He was doing just like micro brewery in his garage, and it turned into they're nationwide now. It happened right here, not far from where I live. Happy birthday, man. Hope you had a good one. Josiah, welcome to the live. I did have a good one. I was up at 1:30 this morning dropping some content for Amazon for the Prime Day. What up, Big Joe? Alfred Luna, welcome. David Rashid, happy birthday. Muslim. I look like a Muslim. I get that a lot. See, I'm kind of bald. So I wear this hat, and when I wear it like this, it looks like I'm a Muslim, but it's actually a hat. Maybe I could wear it more sideways so people could see that it's a hat. I'm not Muslim. I'm not really sure what being Muslim's all about, but anyway, there you go. Happy birthday. Said hi. Hey, David. Welcome to the live. So I'm just getting my coffee ready. I should have been ready, but I figured it takes a little while to get people into the room. He's not a... Okay, watch it. That kind of stuff. You gotta be careful. No Charlie Brown stuff. There you go. No Charlie Brown stuff. David Schroyer. What are you doing up? Are you still working? Don't bend the birds. Yeah. Michael or Michelle Miller. I'm not sure which one. Just so you guys know, we're going to go over some tools tonight. And if you want to, we don't have to. Because if you don't want to talk about tools, that's cool. When you, yeah, you get thrown out. Probably. But like, there's links in the description on all the tools if you want to go to Amazon and get a good deal on Prime Day. We picked out a bunch of tools that I've used in the past and I know are good quality stuff, so we can go over that stuff. Would you make Zimbabwe Rhodesia again? I'm not sure what that means. You sit in pew alone. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you get all the space you need. That's for sure, huh? That's for sure. Why do you look like you eat? Yeah, whatever. Your mama. Hey, I'll just lay down the rules right now. We don't do two things here. We don't talk about religion and we don't talk about politics. It keeps it real simple. That way people don't get offended. Laugh out loud. Yeah. So anyway, man, we had a really good live. We had 4,000 views the other night on our live. Go Big G. Thank you, Templar. Appreciate that. Got a new hat today. Girl took me over to Lids and bought me a new hat. I don't like you well. That's okay, Bailey. A lot of people don't like me. That's cool. I'm not here for people to like me. It is on the table. No, it's not on the table. I don't date men like you. Yeah. Okay. See, we're gonna elect a moderator probably pretty soon for the lives for the people that come here all the time. Put your hand up if you want to moderate, because we're gonna get rid of all that kind of stuff. Okay. If you guys never done pressed coffee, try it, man. I love pressed coffee. It's so much better. And I can make coffee on the fly, make me a nice stiff cup of coffee when I need it. Man, I had a weird day today. I got up I was up really late making content, you know? And then Alexa set alarm for 4 minutes. We're 4 minutes to sitting down and talking about tools and stuff. Anyway, I was up really late, or actually early this morning at about 1 o'clock doing content, because you got to get on it when things are happening. You better not moderate your stream, boy. I don't let my boyfriend have a beard. Why not, man? This beard is majestic. That's what I was told on the last night. Man, your beard is majestic. And I thought, you know what? I should create a beard oil called Go Big Beard Oil. Anyway, hi, girl. So we'll get going on, we can just shoot the bull, whatever you guys want to do. I got some tools to review tonight. We'll do it as we go. Links are in the description. When you buy stuff, no extra cost to you. It just gives us like a 5% commission on what you buy. It doesn't cost you anything. It's the same price if you went straight to Amazon. So there's some good deals going on right now. The no-cos that we reviewed the other night. Hey, thank you, Skeletor RA, for the birthday wish. Question, we're listening. Oh, you just put your question, whatever. Be careful. Let the trolls troll. They get your watch hours up and we'll put food on the table. Yeah, I didn't think about that. Just let them do whatever. What's up, guys? Adrian, Frank, Do you do builds? Actually, I do builds. I'm working on a, and we're gonna start doing some of the lives. I'm thinking maybe when I'm working on the builds, we'll get some live content going. Right now, I got a 92 F250 with a 7.3 we picked up that was like, it was the rat infested mess, man. Picked it up for a song and a dance. I couldn't start it. And subscribe. Thanks for the subscription, brother. It wouldn't have, the guy didn't have no batteries in it. We had no way to crank on it. The body was straight. The interior looked good and it had a 7.3 in it. So I said, what the hell? What can I lose? So I went ahead and I bought it and I put glow plugs in it and a starter and it fired. So that's one of the projects we have going right now is the IDI, which an IDI is like a non-computer controlled 7.3 non-turbo. Bulletproof, lasts 1,000,000 miles. Was there, I would turn your hand in glass. Make that clear. Yeah, it's good enough, man. Frank Lucas. So anyway, that's the build we have. And also I'm doing a cool little project. I was trying to think of something I could bring into the studio because I have a spare bedroom that I use as my studio, and it's all set up with nice cameras, lighting. I built a nice table in there, and I picked up this little, it's called a Blitz. It's a really wide framed mini bike, and it has a 212cc Predator motor on it. So I'm going to make that into a project because I thought it'd be a cool project for people that don't. Alexa off. So when you press coffee, 4 minutes, and press it. So I thought it'd be a really, those little comments like distract me. I just gotta quit looking at those. Anyway, so the project on the little mini bike, I figured I'd do that for like, if somebody's just getting started in their wrenching and don't really know anything, or you got a low budget, or single mom that wants to do something with their son. So we're gonna show you how to build a cool little mini bike. We're gonna tear this thing all the way down. We're pulling that 212 out of there. We're gonna paint it. I'm gonna build some fake gas tank for it, saddlebags to make it look like a little Harley. And so that's one of the other projects we got going on. And I'm gonna do the lives while we're doing that. I need a go-kart with NOS, willing to pay. Nitrous, good luck, man. That'd be a fun. Hey, I'll tell you what, those little 212, you don't think much about them, but those little 212 Predators, they're, think about it, if they're 212 cc's and a CR250 Honda dirt bike is, it's 250. So that's a lot of horsepower for a little mini bike. I heard that these little Predators, I'm going to do a video of me cranking it down the road. My girl keeps telling me no, but I'm going to do it anyway. Don't listen to everybody. Do what you want. But anyway, I've been told those things will do like 70 miles an hour. So, and those little Predators, they're only like $180 brand new, and they got all kinds of aftermarket parts for them. You can get exhaust for them. You can get different flywheels, clutches. I mean, you can really build something cool. So I'm going to build a little Harley-looking little mini bike with that, and I'm going to do a live with that. Terrorist beard. No, I hear that a lot. You know what? I get all this stuff from like Pakistan and Middle East, I think, because how I look with my hat on. See, if I walked around like that, would that be better? I just like it like this because I don't look so bald with this hat on. Makes me look a little different. Anyway, you should use that room to pre-plan your builds. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hang on, I'm going to walk you through the dark here. Go out. We're going to go in the studio right now. I got everything kind of all turned around right now because I turned everything around so I could get to my, I'll show you what I got going on. I turned it around so I could get the, so I'm putting my Amazon stuff up on the TV so I could put the phone on there and we could talk about that stuff. Here, I'll flip this around so you guys can see what I got going on. So here's my studio. So I put this metal up, and I got to do something with these. These pictures are kind of. I'm gonna do some better photos than what I got. I just took these out of a calendar, so it looked cool. And the cool thing about the metal, I don't know if you've ever done anything on the wall before. The cool thing about the metal is you can hang everything with magnets and you can move it around. Anyway, so that's the studio. I got it all set up. And I moved everything around the other way. I usually have it turned the other way, but I turned it this way. What a mess I got going on in here, huh? I turned it this way so I can, I'm putting everything off the laptop onto the TV screen, and then I can bring stuff up and we can talk about it through the phone like that. Do you have taffy in your beard? I don't know. Do you even have a beard? Come on, dude. You know what's funny? I get all these people that have smart remarks on here, and if you were standing in front of me, you wouldn't talk. You wouldn't do that. I'll guarantee you that. Like normal. You look like a normal man. Yes. Aren't you a little bit too old? Too old for what? You ever boxed with a guy that's 61? You might be surprised. I work with them young guys. I'm still working, man. I'm still wrenching. I work part year, part time. And you know what? Where I work at, people respect me. What cars you work on? I work on anything, but right now for my own personal stuff, I got 2 Harleys that I'm working on. I have a 92. Let me put you in my holder here. I got this nice little boom arm, so I don't got to hold my phone, which is kind of nice. Too old for what? That's what I don't understand what you're saying. Too old for what? Too old for what? I ride my Harley through the corners at 100. Have you done that at 61 years old? I can still do it. So right now I got a 71 Chevrolet C20 heavy half ton. That's one of the cars that I've been working on. In the backyard, eventually I want to get to it. I got a 73 Mercury Comet with a 302 in it. Yeah, Ty, you wouldn't say that to a guy in Harley, I'm sure. Whatever. I try not to pay attention to those kind of comments, but they kind of irritate me sometimes. So I have a 73 Mercury Comet with a 302 in it. And it's my daughter's first car when she was 16. I still got it in the backyard. I'd like to tear into that thing and put like a camshaft and stuff in it. I need to do that, you know. Drag show guys. So, okay, you're gone, dude. That's a nice thing. You can get rid of people if you want to. I need to get a moderator though, so I can keep track of what I'm doing and not keep track of what everybody else is talking about. Anyway, let me guys show you this thing. I was trying to find this on Amazon. There's no link for this. Oh, let me explain something to you guys real quick. So the link's in the description. After this or during this or whatever, if you see something that looks cool to you, you can go there and go straight to Amazon. You can purchase it. We make 5%. Okay, if you don't want to do that, if you just go there and click on one of the links, it helps the channel by you just going and clicking on that. It doesn't, you know, what it does, it opens up a 30-day window for us. And we appreciate that for sure. And then in the link below, there's a link for a video that's actually doing really well right now. It's gotten like 1,000 views in the last couple of days. And it's just a real quick video about some tools that I thought were a good deal. And they are a good deal. So anyway, if you guys would do that, what's the other thing? I got this list. I keep trying to go through it. I got to remind everybody about the super thanks. If I do something that helps you out, if you give me a super thanks, it's like buying me a cup of coffee, right? That's what it's all about. So I appreciate all that stuff. Anyway, so we'll get going here. Anything else I need to tell you guys about before we get going? So the tools, I picked out some tools prior to, the green door. I thought that too. I was gonna repaint it, but I was like, I kind of like the green door. You know? Yeah. The tools more for motorcycles, for working on cars as well. Both ways, depends on what it is. Some of the tools are just convenience tools, like there's a flashlight, and I'm gonna go over this power probe. I've been in the field for 40 years. I've been an auto mechanic for 40 years. I do drivability, electrical. Right now, I believe I build police cars. So I take a basic, Tahoe, and I turn it into a police car. So I do all that kind of stuff. Are you in a club? No, I'm not. Those days are over. So for me, anyway, uh, I want to talk about this power probe. If you and this link isn't even on my thing, so I get nothing from this other than I was trying to pass on some good information. If you guys are doing electrical, man, this thing is a game changer. Let me show it to you, and I'm going to be able to flip the screen around. But remember, when I got the screen flipped around, let me log on with my laptop. I know it's kind of difficult to do it that way. Let me do this. I don't like everybody looking at my stuff. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna show this power probe on the screen and talk about it for a little bit. And there's no link on the links below for this because I couldn't find it today. But this is a game changer. If you're doing any kind of electrical work, these power probes are nice because it's like a test light, but you can also provide 12 volts with them, and you can do some testing. You can check for a short to ground. It has a fused resettable relay in it that'll pop. And it tells you voltage. It'll tell you if you're on a positive, on a negative. So I got one of these in my toolbox, and they're nice because they have a really long cable on them. So it'll go from one end of the car to the other, and it has this little probe that you can hook on to powers and grounds. Man, for a guy that does electrical work, I would not be without this tool in my toolbox. I want to show it to you. They're $250 right now, and like I said, if you considering this, go to the link and click on a different tool, and then go do this, because then we'll get a little kickback. Like I said, we only make 5% on anything that we do. So this is the power probe, and this thing right here for some reason. This is the power probe, and it comes in a hard case, and the little red thing you see there, you use that like a test light, and it'll tell you if you're on a power or on a ground. And then the little switch you see there, you can provide either a power or a ground. So if you wanted to check for a bad ground, you just put that on there, you push it to the back position, and it gives you a ground. If you want to apply voltage, you push it forward and it applies voltage. If there's a short to ground in the circuit, it'll pop the circuit breaker. And this is a nice tool, man. I'm not kidding you. I love this thing. I use this thing every day. Why are I so underpowered and overpriced? Are you in a club? Not all Harleys are underpowered. They're not really made. I mean, compared to some of the import stuff that you're never going to outrun like a Hayabusa or something like that, because they're not made for that. They're cruisers. They're made to sit back and enjoy the ride. They're not made to go. But you know what? I built some Harleys that you'd have a hard time beating from a stop sign. That's for sure. They're over. Actually, the prices have come way down. If you look at the prices of and I tell people, don't buy new Harleys. Go buy something that's 2000 or older, because they're still carbureted. Actually, 99 down. 2000, they started fuel injection, and that's when they become a pain in the butt. Because every time you do something to them, if you put a new camshaft in there or something, you got to take to the dealer and get it remapped. And I don't like that. I got a 91 electric Glide that's got 115,000 miles on it, and I can tear that thing down in the garage with hand tools. So I don't care for the newer Harleys, but they're dependable. A lot of people say, go buy an Evolution, man. Go get an older Harley that's got an Evo motor in it. All you'll do is ride. You don't spend no time working on them because they're that dependable. The one I have now, like I said, it's got 115,000 miles on it. And it finally gave up the ghost and burned up the clutch, so I got the side case off of it right now. But, they are dependable, and they're not overpriced. I just bought a beautiful Harley, an 84 with 36,000 original miles on it for 2,600 bucks. And it's freaking looks like it just came off the showroom floor. So they're out there. When you pass a Harley driver, they give you road rage. Depends on the rider, not everybody's like that. Everybody rides a different way. But yeah, I get you. Sometimes guys are ridiculous when it comes to that. Anyway, this tool, right now it's 254 bucks. But man, this is a great tool. Let me turn this around. It comes with this thing, it comes with the case, it comes with all these connectors and stuff so you can get on to different things. But I use this thing probably every other day at the shop because it's just a great tool. It's got a couple little different where you can see different. Let me see what it offers you guys here for the. Come, I can't see the little arrow thing. There it is. There it is. Let's see what it shows us here. So it shows the case. Got a decent moldy case. I don't care too much for the case. It's kind of hard to get everything back in there. I'm gonna get a bag for mine. But this master combo kit is expensive like that, but you can buy just this thing, just the probe itself, I think for like $100. And that's what I would do. If I was just starting out, I would get just the probe. I wouldn't buy the kit. I would buy just this piece right here. It comes with the probe and the cable. It's like a test light on steroids, man. Works great. Anyway, we don't have to talk about tools the whole time. I don't expect you guys to sit here and walk through that. But we do have some tools we can review that came up. Let me just show you one that I think is a good deal. This thing, I'll tell you what, if anyone doesn't buy one of these, they're gonna have their head examined. These things just came up on Prime. This is a smart charger made by Noco, and they're great. Like if you have a motorcycle, if you got a ATV or anything like that sits through the winter. I'll get to your question in just a minute, P Power Productions. If you're into something, if you have something like that you sits all winter long and you don't use it, what happens is when you don't keep the battery charged up, they sulfate. And then when spring rolls around, you go to charge it and it won't auto charge because you let it sit all winter and not charge and it's sulfated. So these little Noco Genesis 1 amp chargers, they're great, man. You hook them up and you walk away. You hook them up, it knows. Let me show you. Let me flip this around. I won't forget your question, brother. I promise. It knows what kind of battery it self-identifies. And then this turns red, and it pulses. And then when it gets fully charged, it goes solid green. And once it goes solid green, then it goes into a maintenance trickle mode. So it just keeps your battery voltage up so it doesn't sulfate. And you can hook that up and leave it up. You can leave it hooked up all winter long. You can't hook it up backwards. If you hook it up backwards, this little icon comes on, and the leads. Here, I got a set right here. Check out these leads, man. Top quality leads, man. They're all solid copper, and the leads screw on. So if you damage one, you can replace them. But look at the price of this thing. Noco is no joke, man. They're the industry leader when it comes to chargers, and $23. $23, a guy ought to have 3 of these. And if you're looking for something to throw in, for Christmas for your buddy, your husband, whatever that's into hot rods and stuff, these are great. I mean, $23, you can't even buy a pizza for $23 anymore. Yeah, you can take the battery out for the winter, but it's still going to lose voltage over time and it'll pulsate, it'll sulfate. Yeah, All-Might Hyper. Let me go back a little bit because I don't want to miss questions. I want to make sure I'm going to keep you guys, give you a good advice. P Power Product, what would you recommend for a good starter bike for someone who isn't wanting something fast but enough to go on the freeway? Are you talking about Harley-wise or just a bike in general? If I was gonna buy a Harley, I'd buy either a Dyna, because you can get a good deal on them, and you can get them with an Evo motor in them. They're kind of a smaller bike. And the other one is, it's kind of an older bike, but they're really dependable and they're cheap. Is a Harley Davidson mid-70s XLCH Ironhead. You'll have to work on it a bit, but it's a good deal. If I was gonna buy an imported bike, I'd probably buy, if it's my first bike, I'd probably look at the Honda 750 Shadow. They have a real nice Shadow. I bought one brand new. It's a Shadow C2. It's got a 20-inch front wheel. Looks like a nice little chopper. Sits real low. I actually bought one for my wife when she was learning how to ride. And it's a 750. It's fast enough to go on a freeway, no problem. Weighs about 450 pounds, gets about 70 miles a gallon. Good little bike. But anyway, let me look at it and make sure you didn't leave another comment. My boy Hugh Janus, he just got killed by. Damn, dude. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to boy Hugh Janus, man. Sorry to hear that. That's tough. For sure. Okay, thanks. Shadow C2 750. Yeah, that's a good bike. It's shaft driven, so you don't have to worry about dealing with a chain. It's water cooled, so it actually has a radiator on it. You can't hardly tell when you're looking at the bike. It has really nice lines on it. You can get them with flames on the tank. I bought a red one with flames. Mike Swordson, hello, how you doing? So look around. You can get that C2 Shadow for about $2,500 to about 35, depending on how many miles it has on it. Good bike, really good bike. Sits kind of low, so it's really easy to handle, and it looks nice. You'll be surprised how nice it looks for an imported bike. Really nice bike. I bought mine back in 07 for my wife. I paid, I think, $7,000 for it. So they're out there. You can still get a good deal on one. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. I got the NOCO boost. Okay, hey, check it out. I'm gonna go over that NOCO boost. So you hear that one you guys talking about? Yeah, these little 1 amp chargers, man. If you don't have one, pick one up. $23. If you go down in the link, you can go right to straight to Amazon. It don't cost you any extra, During 20 below from it. Yeah, actually it will. It will. Actually, you'll be surprised how well they do in really cold weather. It just keeps the voltage up. The cold weather, I know, will kill a battery, but just by keeping the voltage up all the time, what it does, as soon as, like when it gets real cold, like you're talking about, the voltage starts to drop. And when that voltage drops, that battery charger kicks back in and brings the voltage back up and keeps it where it needs to be. Like I'm from South Dakota. I've been to Dakotas. I know how cold it gets there for sure, man. I know what that's all about. With the Shadows, and yes, a lot cheaper. Yeah, the Shadows are a good little bike. I wouldn't be afraid to ride one myself. I have one now. It's my wife's old bike, but it's been sitting for a while. So I lost my wife to pancreatic cancer a couple of years ago. So that's kind of one of the reasons I do this stuff. I'm trying to stop having to go. I'm 61. I'm still going to work half the year. I don't want to do that anymore. Dyna Wide Glide, 85, 50 miles. But I like the Honda Shadow. Yeah, the Dyna's a nice little bike. The Shadow, I'm not kidding you, man. We used to go on rides, and I'd be pointing at my tank going, hey, I got to get gas. And she'd be like, I don't need gas. We'd pull in, she'd like, I have a half tank of gas, and I'm almost empty. But I had a VT 1100. If you want to get a bigger bike, that Honda VT 1100 Shadow, it's called a Aero. Man, nice bike. I had one of those. I put about 35,000 miles on it. Awesome, sounds great. Maybe how it's geared. So sorry you lost your wife. Yeah, thanks, Jill. Appreciate that. Yeah, it was rough. I had a rough 4 months, man. Yeah, I made it though. I made it through it. It was tough. Okay, so anyway, I want to make sure I'm not leaving anybody out. I try to go back. My wife's see if it works great over the winter. Yeah. Could you shout out? Blah, blah. I just want to make sure I'm not missing any comments. Sorry, guys. Yeah, P Power products. Look around. You can find them really good. You can find a good deal on them. They're out there. It seems like the going price is about $3 grand, but if you find one that somebody it's been sitting for a while, you can get it for $2 grand. And it's a nice little bike. They're a little light, like in high winds. You'll feel the wind in them, on them. And that's about it, though. It's a really comfortable bike. It's a good beginner's bike. What don't I like about it? There's not much I don't like about it. Maintenance free, shaft driven, air cooled. It'll go, it'll do 75, 80 if you want to go. It'll do it, no problem. But it is a little light. It only weighs about 450 pounds. So when you get trucks going by you, you want to get over in the lane a little bit because you'll feel it. You'll feel that when the trucks go by because it doesn't have a lot of weight to it. Anyway. Blah, blah, blah. Your wife, that's hard stuff. P-Power, hey, appreciate that for sure. When did the Arrow come out? I'm trying to think. Mine was like a mid-90s, I think. Look up. Okay, the Arrow, just so you guys know, the Arrow was the one that Harley Davidson tried to sue Honda over. It has and you know what it was? I seen that bike and I knew that was the bike I wanted. I did all the research and I found the bike I wanted in a shop and it was in Denver. I live in California. I flew out to Denver with my helmet, picked up the bike, and this was in May. So that guy was saying, oh, you're too old? Yeah, come ride with me. You'll find out who's old. I flew to Denver in May and I took my helmet, a one-way ticket. I got on the bike and I rode it across the Rockies in May to get that Arrow. So the Arrow is a single pin crank and it has that real lopey sound like a Harley. And it's made by Honda. And a lot of, yes, I am a certified mechanic. ASE certified master mechanic for like 40 years. Yeah, I got my ASE L1 advanced engine performance. I can teach and I can do a lot of stuff automotive wise. So I work for a big fleet. I work for a government that has a fleet of vehicles all the way from like a weed eater all the way up to like a $1 million grader that we work on. Never too old. Thanks for the info, you bet. So anyway, where was I going with that? The Arrow. Hey, if you want the bigger bike, that Arrow is nice. I'm not kidding you. I got tired of telling people it wasn't a Harley. People would always go, man, nice Harley. And I'd have to say, it's not a Harley, it's a Honda, And I got so tired of telling people that, I just go, okay, thanks. Because it's just every time I turned around, somebody was saying, hey, nice Harley. And it's not a Harley. And so Harley Davidson tried to sue Honda over because they kind of match their sound. It has that potato, potato, potato kind of a sound. And they did that with a single pin crank. And so they tried to sue Honda over that. And so I found the bike and I knew what it was. I knew what color I wanted. I found it on the internet and I called the guy, made the deal over the phone. And I said, hey, this thing better be clean because I'm coming a long ways. If it's a pile of junk, let me know because I don't want to come all the way to Denver. And he goes, nope. He goes, this is a bike I've kept in my showroom because he sold leathers and stuff. Like he did leather, chaps and jackets and all that stuff. And he kept it in his shop. And he goes, I would ride it, every couple months. He goes, but we keep it in a shop and keep it all waxed up. So I went there and got it. Yeah, you got to check out the Arrow out. Loud pipes save lives for sure. I keep my pipes as loud. The bike I have now, you go through a parking lot and wrap it, it'll set off every alarm in every car in the parking lot. And guess what? I don't care because when I pull up alongside of somebody that's playing on their phone and I hit that throttle, they know I'm there. Yeah, the Arrow. I had a set of Cobra straight pipes, straight shots on it. Man, it was loud. It was so loud. It was super loud. If you went on a 3-hour ride on that thing, you couldn't even hardly hear when you got off the bike. Be safe, gotta go. Okay, Jill, take care. Come back to another live later. If you would, go to the link and click on one of our items in case you go spend some money on Amazon. We'll make a little buck here and there. I'm looking for an Arrow now, thank you. Really? Yeah. You know what? You won't be sorry, man. That Arrow, I'll tell you one thing I had on the Arrow that happened. I developed it. It's the only thing I ever had to fix on that bike. I developed an oil leak on it, and I seen some oil like underneath my exhaust. and there's a plug on there. I don't remember what it's for. I think it's a timing plug to look at the timing or something. And what they do, they stick it in there and it has an O-ring on it and just has this like little bracket that holds it in. So I had to pull that out and fix that. That's the only thing I ever had problem with that bike, and the battery one time. And that's my fault. For better, could you turbo it? The louder the pipes, the longer they ride. Women, that is. Could you turbo it for better mileage on the pipe? Could you turbo it for better mileage? What are you talking about, Mike? Turbo what? What's up, doggy? Ducks Y. What's up, brother? I don't know. I had birthday today. I went and I just had dinner at the brewery. Had a flight of some beverages. My girl took me and got me a new hat because my other hat was looking pretty rough. Maybe a sensor. The Arrow. I don't think you could turbo the Arrow, but it'd be a lot of work. I don't think it really needs it. Oh, you know what? I was talking about that today, man. I was thinking about doing some merch and doing Go Big hats. I was thinking about doing the Go Big and then put real little letters on the back or go home. Where can I buy a Go Big hat from? We don't have any available right now. So I went to Lids and I had them actually put this on there. They're expensive that way though. This hat was like $45. You know, but it was my birthday. So I said, hey, I need a hat. She hooked me up. Happy birthday. More. Okay, I'm gone. Okay, Jill, come back. Appreciate you stopping by. Sounds it. Rick Beery. Happy birthday. Hey, Zachary Watson. Thanks for the birthday. I like hats. Yeah. I like the flex fits, but today when I went over, they had no flex fits, so I had to go with this like I don't like the ones that have the hole right here because I like to put something in the front. Marika, on oil changes, brake changes, what reliable tools to get to work on foreign trucks? You know, I'm starting to do that. I just talk general automotive for people that are really like just learning, but I'm gonna start doing the repairs where I go out and set the camera up and actually, so I'm gonna do a brake job if you want to follow along with that. I'm gonna do a brake job on that IDI probably next week or maybe the end of this week. And I'll take the camera out there and do the whole brake job, show you how to do that. There's some good tutorials on the videos already about soldering and different things. And I can show you some tools that I can. Hey, let me talk about that. This is a good deal. If you guys don't have one of those jumper packs, your cars are customers. Your cars are customers. Okay, these are my cars, but I work for a government agency. I've been wrenching on cars for 40 years. So I was a fleet manager for a few years. Yeah, Toyotas rock, man. I like Toyotas. The nice thing about Toyotas, they're easy to work on. Yeah, that's me. I'll sub. Okay, for sure, do that. Because I'm going to do a brake job. When I bought that truck, the rear was locked up, and I didn't know if it was a differential. I drug it on with I got a 12,000 pound winch and a big heavy duty trailer. And I drug that truck on with 3 flat tires and a locked up rear end, man. It just about tore the running boards off of it, but I got it home. So anyway, I'm going to tear into the rear on that F250 and do the rear brakes. So if you want to check that out, I'll do a live so we can walk through it and you can see how to do it. Okay. Brother Arrow, Roast 99. How's it going? Toyota rules. Are you a mechanic? Absolutely. What's wrong with your ears? I don't know. They work fine. I can hear. They may not look just like yours, but they work good. What's wrong with your ears? What's wrong with your eyeballs? Okay. Start Zert. We need a moderator, man. Somebody better put their hand up pretty soon to moderate. I'm getting some people that come every time now, which is cool. 21 Tacoma. Yeah, I like Toyotas. I've had a lot of Toyotas over my lifetime. But anyway, I'll give you guys some background because everybody keeps asking me if I'm a mechanic. So I went through a actually automotive program through a college. I went to work for a couple dealerships, and then I went to work for a government agency for a county as a certified master mechanic, and now I do drivability and all electrical. Have you ever met Mr. Harley Davidson himself? I have not. I have to go. Okay, Mike, come back some other time, man. Appreciate it. Howdy from Texas. B. Phillip, how you doing, buddy? Hello, Arturo Bread Loaf, how you doing? My 4Runner, 15 miles per gallon. Yeah, some of the, if you have the 3-liter in the Toyota, they don't get good gas mileage. You know, that 3-liter, it's a Toyota motor, but they don't do very good on gas. Probably the best motor Toyota ever built was the 22R. 22RE fuel injected 4-cylinder. Best motor Toyota ever built. Hey, thanks for the hearts. Appreciate that. If you guys, hey, you can super thank me too if there's something I say that helps you out in any way. Hello there. How you doing, Arturo? Say hello back to me with your messed up ears. How funny. Double tap the screen to like this live. Hey, RS, I appreciate you doing it. I always forget to tell people. I have a hard time, like even with the super likes, I have a hard time asking people to do that. I just feel like I'm here to give knowledge, you know, so that's what I'm here for. Who is Gib, G-I-B-O-G? Yeah, good boy. Really, have my ass off. 4-liter, 6, fast. 4-liter, 4Runners in it. Should you stop cleaning them trucks? Yeah. I'll tell you what, man. I'll tell you a car I had that, if I had a chance to get another one, I'd buy one tomorrow. If I get a good deal on one, I'd buy one. I bought a 370 Nismo, which is Nissan's performance line of a 370Z Nismo. And man, dude, that thing was crazy fast. Gene Hackman. You know, I should start writing this down. Every live I have, somebody tells me that I look like somebody. One guy says I look like Abrams something from a cartoon thing. Another guy said I looked like Charlie Manson. What was the other one I got? Some UFC fighter guy. I work at a Nissan dealership. You know what? That Nissan, man, I flogged that thing everywhere I went, and I never had a single problem with it. Had dual mass airflow sensors, had everything dual filters, and that thing hauled butt, man. I used to smoke vets in that thing all the time, especially going through the canyon. I used to drive a Caprice from a police fleet. Oh yeah, that's why, yeah, I built Caprices back in the day. Actually, the early Caprices were probably some of the best cars they ever had. Like the, like 87, 8, 9, and right in there. The Caprices were good cars. And we had some Caprices that were earlier than that. They had a throttle body 350 in them. They were great cars. The bodies and the doors and all that stuff was still like new after 15, 20 years. When we switched over to the Explorers, we had to threaten these guys to turn in their Caprices. DPS Caprice. Yeah, they're good. They were a good car, man. They really were. You know what we used to do? So when I was working when I was out in the shop before I became a manager, we used to take those Caprices and rebuild them. Complete. New motor, new rear end. We used to redo the gearboxes, put a new heater core in them, new mat seats, because we could rebuild a cop car with the Caprices cheaper than we could buy new ones. And everything was new. We put new master cylinders on them, rebuild the whole suspension, new tires, wheels, I mean everything, front to back. We do the whole car, minus paint. We'd rebuild the whole freaking car, man. And but back then the motors were cheap. You could buy those Target they weren't Targets because they were police pursuit 350s, but we used to pull them out and put a different camshaft in them. And we'd rebuild those. We'd pull the motor out and put a new motor in, new transmission, drivetrain. I mean, all the way to the back. And we could do those cheaper labor and parts cost wise than if we bought brand new cop cars, and they were a better car. Big car. Yeah, they were a big car. I'll tell you what, they could go just about anywhere you wanted to go. I've seen those cops take those things that you didn't think you could take a four-wheel drive. Dixon Mayes, you remember me, friend? Okay, remind me, Dixon. Tell me why I would remember you. Dixon Mayes. Yeah, it set you back in the gas pedal, dangerous for a young buck. You know what? We got some newer Caprices, the new ones that had the LT1 motor in them. Dude, those things were fast, man. I talked to the sergeant and I said, hey, you can't put a young guy in this car. He'll turn it upside down. You know, they used to use that car. Was it a Caprice? I think it was a newer Caprice. Yeah, it was like a 2000 something Caprice with a LT1 motor in it. And they used to use that for chasing guys on motorcycles because they said that it made it safer because the guy would take off and they could slow down for the stoplight so they didn't hit nobody, and then they could go back and get right back on him real fast. And the first time they chased the guy down, he told me, you know what the guy said? He goes, when I finally got him pulled over, he turned around and he goes, man, what kind of car is that? He goes, because it would do 150 miles an hour. You know, those things would just flat get it, man. But they were trying to figure out what kind of cars we were going to use, so we bought a Caprice and we bought an Explorer and a Charger, and we set them all up the same, you know, as cop cars. And I told them, man, you don't want these cars for cop cars. These guys will kill themselves in it. It's too much. I mean, the old guys could do it because, you know, they knew how to drive. Ducks White, what LTF? Too bad BMW sucks now. Yeah. Disgusting how it had vented brakes. Guys like us like the big cars. Yeah, it's nice to have a little metal wrapped around you. You know, those Explorers will fool you, though. We had a lady she fell asleep at the wheel, a patrol gal. She fell asleep at the wheel and went off the road and hit a freaking tree head on. And we found the motor like 80 feet from the car. It blew the motor right out, took the hood off, and we found the motor out there in the woods. And she survived that. She didn't have her seatbelt on. Airbags went off, and she survived that. So they're not no horsepower thing, but man, they're a really safe car. And I literally just got off work. I work in pest control in this coast. You just got off work. I had a crazy day yesterday, man. I got up at like 1 in the morning and started doing content, and then it was my birthday. So I took a nap today at like noon. I never do that. I slept until 3 o'clock, and then my girl took me out to for dinner for my birthday. Stock challenge with Big Motor. So did Goggins. Yeah, you know what? I told this story the other night, but maybe there's a lot of different people in here now when you retell it. Did you think the increase in aftermarket will end anytime soon? Is this practice legal? What do you mean by aftermarket vehicle prices? You mean part prices or just aftermarket cars that have been built? So that Nissan I had, I know it doesn't matter what the odometer says. Hey, thanks for those. I appreciate that. Hey, Dubai, how's it going? Welcome to the live. That Nissan, the speedometer, I think, said 180 or 200. And I got pulled over one time in it. And I walked away from a ticket, man. I was going about 130 and the guy let me go. Lexus or Affinity? I would say Infinity. Lexus are nice. I'll tell you a story about a Lexus that I first started working on Lexus in a shop I worked on. And they had this mode in them it was driver mode. Well, I'm 6'1", and at the time I was about 255. I'm only about 230 now. And I got in it and I pushed a button or something, and it set all the memories for the number one driver, which was a woman that was like 5'1", and the seat came forward, and the steering wheel came like this. I was like in this car like this, trying to figure out how to get it to go back, you know? Yeah, they're fast, man. That Nismo, so they have a kit for that Nismo, and I never put one on mine. There's a lot of glare in my glasses, huh, from these lights. Um, uh, they have a kit for the Nismo. The Nismo's 350 horse stock, but they got a twin turbo kit you can put on it that takes it to 750. I couldn't imagine driving that car at 750 horse. It was already crazy to drive. They definitely are fast. Lexus back in Cali, I have Mercedes here, both very nice. Yeah, the Mercedes. I tell you, one car I've really always liked is the Porsche Carrera. It's a nice car. GTR, that's a nice car. It's basically a Nismo. You know, it's funny. I was up on the dam one time. There was a bunch of guys up there, and they were in Porsches. It was a Porsche club, and I come up riding on my Harley, and I get off, and I went over there and started to try to talk to the guy. And he just like to put his nose up at me. He didn't want to talk to me, and I go, you know, because they were just, you could tell they were like middle-aged guys that had a lot of money, and they were all huddled up, and I was sitting over watching them. I go, oh, I'm gonna go mess with these guys. So I go walking over and I said, hey, what's going on? I said, I'm just curious. I said, I see you guys all come up here. I said, what do you do when you get out of your cars and all this and you got 20 cars? You guys do shots in the parking lot or what? What do you do? And the guy's just like, oh, you don't want to talk to me? He thought I was going to try to steal his car or something, I guess. And I said, man, that's a nice car. I said, and this guy had a Vet, and I said, that's a nice car. I said, but you know what? I got a Nissan 370 that would smoke that thing. And he goes, you ain't gonna smoke that car. I said, let's go up the canyon. I said, I'll go get my car and we'll go through the canyon. And that Nissan, man, it had a full body glove underneath it. It was a race car. It was a track car. Full body glove underneath it. It had stiffening bars in the front and back. That thing would go so fast through a corner, it would scare the crap out of you. And I don't get scared easy when it comes to driving. And so he just blew me off. He didn't want to talk to me. I said, man, I got a $32,000 car that would smoke that car. You'd never catch me in the corners. There's no way. Let's see. I really wasn't Sentra Nismo 6P, but Nissan only made a few. They made that Nissan that's 370 with a manual as well. The one I had, it had paddle shifters on it. It had an automatic, but it was a 7-speed with paddle shifters. Man, it was fast, man. I'm not kidding you. I miss that car. I love that car. Rich dudes, yeah, they usually do. LS7 Vet. The Vets are nice. I would buy a Vet because I like them. And and in a straightaway, like if you're gonna go across the desert, you'll never catch one with a Nismo. But you take a Nismo through the canyon on tight corners, you'll never catch that Nissan. Classic cars rule. The coast is full of them now. Say 67. What is 60? People say that all the time. What's that about? Say 67. What is that about? I like the classic cars. Cruising the coast. Yeah, man, that's freaking nice, isn't it? I only live about 4 hours from the coast. I go over there a couple times a year. Yeah, for sure. I take the bike over there. Sometimes I'll just ride over there, go over to Clear Lake and have lunch and ride back. I really don't know what 69. Won't ever tell you that you look like. I told you, man, I get this all the time. Amalek Yos. Who's Amalek Yos? Hello from Mellow. I get that all the time. I was just talking about that. I said, I got to start writing down all these people that think thoughts on Home Depot tools. Depends on what it is. Here's what I buy at Home Depot. I wouldn't be afraid to buy Channel Lock. Channel Lock is a really good product, man. I got a set of channel locks that I've had for 40 years in my toolbox. Um, had a Harley Electric Glide Ultra '09, missed it. Yeah, I love my Electric Glide. Mine's a 91, it's carbureted, you know. It's a standard Electric Glide FLH, with the, actually it's a FLHS, which stands for Sport, and that's where the Road King came from. The FLHS is where, that's like the first Road King. So it was a Harley that didn't have a batwing fairing on it, and it didn't have, it just had regular saddlebags on the back. So that's where the Road King started at, was the FLHS, and you can pick them up dirt cheap. They're on a touring chassis. It's heavy duty. I mean, you can load that bike. You can put 1,000 pounds on that bike and go drive it 4,000 miles. It'll do it. Falkland Mint. Yeah, those are nice bikes. I always wanted to ride one of those. The Honda with the 6-cylinder in it. My had 6 carbs. Yeah, exactly. I love carburetors. The Valken Interstate is cool. Yeah, I thought about getting one of those because I've always been intrigued by them. They look nice, just the way the motor sits in there, and they look fast. Yep, torque monster, 27 miles a gallon. That's pretty good on a bike like that. Hey, let me show you guys one thing real quick, and we'll get back to bull crapping. So one of the good bargains that I found. So that 1-amp charger, if you haven't seen that, go check out the NOCO 1-amp chargers. They're 23 bucks right now. So this is a killer deal. Let me see if I got the right thing. Yeah, I might buy one of these myself. Let me flip this around. Rick Berry, 300,000 miles, really? Well, brother, I need to get the hay, have work in the morning. But I said I want to check out a few of the links. Have a good night. I'll pop in again. Okay, hey, P-Power Productions, come back, man. We'll sit around and talk to Bull about cars and stuff. Appreciate it. Appreciate your subscription. I appreciate you going and checking out the links. If you buy something in the next 24 hours, I'll get a little kicker on it, which helps out the channel. Hey, I'm gonna flip this around for the people that are in here because I want to show this because this is a good deal. And that's why I did this tool thing this time. I'm just trying to help you guys out, man. And it does help me. I'm not gonna lie. Like this thing, 80 bucks. If somebody buys one of these, I make $4 on it. It's not, and you don't get charged any extra. Same price you pay through Amazon. But this is NOCO. We do automotive, Satis Alley. We do automotive talk about auto repair and anything hot rod related. Motorcycles, talk about hot rods. Just shoot the bull sometimes. But anyway, tonight we're gonna review a few tools when people fill up to it. If you get sick of the tool thing, just let me know. We'll stop. So this is a NOCO. NOCO, if you don't know, they're industry leaders when it comes to booster packs and chargers. These aren't crap, man. They're good quality. Matter of fact, I got the NOCO 10. This is my own personal one. It's something I use all the time. And I got 2 of these NOCO ones. These are on sale right now for 23 bucks. I can't believe they're 23 bucks. But anyway, this thing here is a booster pack. And what a booster pack is, it allows you to jumpstart something. You can jumpstart a diesel, like a 6-liter with this thing. And they're usually pretty expensive. They're 125 bucks normally. And right now they're $79. I've never seen them this low. I need to go buy one for myself. What would you recommend for a 5.9 Cummins? Hang on a second. I'll talk to you about tools, about buying tools here in a second. It depends on what you're into. I'll answer you guys' question. Give me a second. So this thing here, what's nice about these is they're really portable. You can store it in your toolbox. You can put it in the car, so if you have a wife that's driving a lot of miles by herself, for some reason she came out to go leave work and her battery was dead, she can jump start the car with this. Real simple. Just hook up the battery and charge and start it. So these are nice. We have about 3 of these at the shop that I work at, and they work good, but they're usually pretty expensive. But they're normally They're normally 124 and they're on sale for 79 bucks. So if you're looking into a jumper pack, this NOCO jumper pack is a good deal. It really is. Okay, let me answer some questions and we'll talk about another tool. This NOCO 10, if you don't have one, if you don't have a good charger, this is the way to go, man. It's got a repair mode on it that you can put it into, and what it'll do, it'll blast the sulfation off the batteries and you get them where you can bring them back. So if you have a battery that won't charge, you can put this in this, what they call a repair mode, and just leave it overnight and it blasts it with high amperage. And the next day you'll be able to charge that battery. I've saved about, I don't know, maybe about 10 batteries now because of that. So this thing paid for itself already. Just the two I fixed in my motorhome that I was gonna have to throw out were gonna be 300 bucks. I paid 80 bucks for this and I've saved 300 with it already. So that's the NOCO 10. The links are in the description. Let me come back to my ugly mug. Let me answer some questions. Mine was yellow and black. That's pretty cool. Home Depot sells deep sockets each for 5 to 10, so I went with Walmart Hyper Tough Deep Sockets pack for 15 bucks. Most of all your stuff that you buy like that are they're just imported. They're low quality. You want to be careful about if they're chrome sockets, don't use the impact gun on them. If you do, keep your hands away from them. They can blow up on you. They can cause some damage. Real impact sockets should be black and they should be thick. They're not thin like the chrome ones. You shouldn't be using chrome sockets with an impact gun. You know, you put your hand around that, you're doing that, and that thing comes apart, it'll rip your freaking hand apart. I've seen it happen, so don't do that. When it comes to tools, here's my opinion on tools. And we're gonna start doing Tool Talk Tuesday, where all we talk about is tools, and not trying to, you know, hey, go buy this or that. I wanna do something with older tools, because I like old tools. So we'll do some talk about that. What I would recommend if a guy was getting started, go to the pawn shops, go to the yard sales, you know, go to all these little sales where you can buy stuff used, because all the used stuff that you buy is twice the quality than what you can buy now. They don't sell good tools anymore. There's nowhere you can buy good quality tools. Even Snap-on stuff, it's so crazy expensive, and now they're making them out of China. You know, so if you're trying to put a tool collection together, go around to the yard sales. Matter of fact, on Friday nights hey, thanks for the hearts. On Friday nights we do a trivia where we just do question and answers about automotive stuff, and I try to teach along the way. So I ask a question and then I'll explain it, and then if you get the answer right, if you're first person to answer it right, you get to spin a wheel. And you can win some artwork. I do these like 6x6 canvas drip arts that I give away, and I pay the shipping on all that. So if you win that, you can do that. But what we do, everybody that gets an answer correct goes on the wheel. And then at the end of the session, we spin the wheel, and whoever's person it lands on, you get a tool that we give away for free, ship it to you within the United States. Can't afford international shipping, it's too expensive. But this coming Friday we're gonna give away a Snap-on wrench. It's a used wrench that I picked up, but it's probably worth about 40, 50 bucks even used. It's an 11/16 Snap-on, nice wrench. And so anyway, that's what I would do. And that I've done that. Even when I started out, you know, and I've been working in this field for 40 years, I bought all my stuff used, and I still have probably half of it still, because a lot of that older stuff, the Craftsman stuff, Armstrong, Cornwell, S&K, all the older stuff that says Made in USA on it, premium tools, man, you can't break them. They last forever. Schoonhoven 76, the 5.9 Cummins, what would you recommend? What do you mean by recommend to do what? Recommend like what? What you should do to it? Well, what do you recommend for what? What are you talking about, Schoolhaven? That's about the welder. What are you talking about? Get off the app, Gramps. Okay, you go. It's funny. You know what's funny to me? All these guys talk like that, but if they see me downtown, they wouldn't say that. I know that. You an OG Vago? No, I know some Vagos though. No, I know some Vagos. I actually, one time I was on the road. This is a good story. One time I was on the road and I was in my Toyota Camry and I was with my wife. We were on vacation. We're going down the road. When I see a guy on the side of the road, a biker, I'll pull over and say, "Hey, need some help? What's up?" So anyway, I pull over and I had my I look like a tourist when I get out of the car and I go, "Hey, how's it going?" And these guys were old school guys, man. They had Levi jackets on. They were both brothers and they were Vagos. And I said, "What's going on?" And they looked me up and down a little bit. And I said, "I just stopped to see if you need some help." I said, "I'm a mechanic. I'm a biker. I ride bikes. So I just thought maybe you're broke down." He goes, "Yeah, man, we've been working on this thing. We don't know what's going on with it." He said, "It has no spark. We've messed with it." And I go, "Well, let me help you, man. Let me go grab a test light." And so I grabbed a test light and I did my thing. And I go, so I checked it out and I said, "You got a bad coil." Because it wasn't firing. You could operate the points and it wasn't getting no fire. I said, "You need a coil." And so it was raining, man. So this one guy got on his bike, he was going to ride like 100 miles to go get another coil. And the other guy, after I got done, he goes, he gave me this card and he goes, "Hey, if you're hanging around," he goes, "come hang out. We're having a really good party." He says, "It's going to be a killer party." So it was a Vagos only, you had to be invited kind of thing to go. We didn't go because I was dressed like a banker. I wasn't going to go to a Vagos party looking like that. But yeah, I have friends that are one percenters for sure. They can either be your best friend or your worst enemy. That's for sure. If they're your friend, they're your friend for life, and they're very, they're loyal to the core. But you don't want to cross them. That's for sure. You're saying that you can't afford new tools? No, I could afford new. Why buy new tools if I don't have to? Why go pay $300 on a Snap-on ratchet when I can get a used ratchet that is 30 years old that works great? Why would I buy brand new? I have plenty of tools, believe me. What a weird thing. I want your shit tools. Guess what, Paul? Bye-bye. I got to get me a moderator so I can keep. You staff on my friend make fun of me. For a jump pack. Actually, this pack will do it. Yeah. They have one above this if you're worried about it not having enough amperage. But this GB40 will do it. We jump start diesel pickups in the shop all the time with this thing. We got GB40s at the shop and they work fine. Yeah, for sure. I wouldn't be afraid to use this jumper pack. It's 1,000 amp. So think about it, 1,000 amp. The starter would have to draw over 1,000 amps. So I think you're good, for sure. I wouldn't be afraid to buy one of those for $80 too, man. What a good deal. School Haven 76. I was talking to you for the jump pack. Stay strong, my beautiful. I'm so glad you have an outlet to express your plow. Whatever, man. I'm not Jewish, just so you know. I don't do, that's one thing I don't do. I won't do in this, I won't do in the lives is politics. Fast boy cars, you have a bike? Yeah, actually I had 3. I just sold my Road King. So I had a 97 Road King. I got a 1997, not 97. I had a 97 Road King, and then I just sold that. And then I have a 91 Electric Glide FLHS with a Evo motor with an Andrews cam and a Thunder header with some upgrades on it. And then I have a, what's the other one? Oh, the other ones I just bought. I just bought a 84 first generation, first year Evolution. It actually had, I was shocked because I started looking it over, and it has, I can't think right now for some reason. I had a long day. It has a, uh, it has the earlier, oh, it has a shovel head exhaust on it. I pulled the exhaust and I looked at it and it said 1983 on it. It's an 84 bike. I looked up the part number and it's a shovel head exhaust. So the first year 84 Evolutions they ran shovel head exhaust on them. So that 83, man, you talk about a nice bike. Go to my go to the page when you get a chance and look at my videos. I did a little video of that 83. It's beautiful, man. I paid $2,600 for it. $2,600, and the paint is like perfect. You know, it's got aluminum cases on it because back then, you know, in the early Evolutions, they didn't use chrome cases. They were all aluminum cased. Thanks for all the surprises, all the gifts that I see coming up. Appreciate that. Sandra, nice bikes. You know what? Check it out. How come everybody always thinks I'm Jewish and I'm from Israel? I'm from the United States, man. I'm a dirty white boy born and raised in Compton. I'm not Jewish and I'm not Israeli. It's because of this hat. If I wore my bald head like that, you think people would quit doing that, or I turn my hat around like that? Everybody always thinks I'm from some foreign country or some shit. I don't know why. My grandma had a beautiful purple Road King Classic. Road Kings are nice. I personally don't like the computer controlled Harleys. I won't own one. Nope. If I can't work on it in a driveway with my wrenches, yeah, I don't want it. I was at the Harley dealership a while back, and I know the guys down there, and I was walking around looking, and he goes, "Hey, you need to buy you a new bike." And I'm like, I looked around, and I wasn't trying to be an ass, but I kind of was. I go, "There ain't a bike in here I'd buy." He's like, "What?" And I'm like, "No, man." I said, "I don't want heated grips and touch screen and USB. I said, I want my old bike. It's carbureted, old cold-blooded piece of, you know, you got to kick every once in a while to get her going, you know. Uh, I like that old bike because I can work on it. I can tear the carburetor apart and rebuild it in 30 minutes and put it back on. These new bikes, if you you change the exhaust, you got to take it to the dealer and have it mapped or it doesn't want to run. There's nothing you can do to them without taking them to the dealer and paying $100 an hour for some guy to hook up a scanner to it. I ain't doing that. And you know what? Listen to an old guy that knows what's coming. All these old Evolutions, they're going to be worth a fortune. I seen it happen with the knuckleheads. I seen it happen with the shovel head. You know, it happened with the pan heads. They were dirt cheap, and now you can't even touch one for less than 20,000. So all these Evolutions from 99 to 83, they're going to be worth a fortune, man, because people are going to get tired of that they can't work on their bikes. And them old bikes, you can do a lot to them right in your driveway. Ours was dark blue. You got any? I know more about cars than bikes. Fast boy cars. I have a 71 Chevy C20 heavy half ton. And I have a 1973 Mercury Comet 2-door 302. And I got a 4-speed I'm going to put in it. The Comet, that's a neat story. The Comet's, I like telling stories. It's fun to tell stories about cars, I think. And I'll show you guys another tool here in a minute if you guys want to look. And if you guys would, I'm just asking you this because it helps the channel. Before you go down in the link and click on one of those links. Because anything you buy on Amazon in the next 30 days, if you do that, we make a little small commission on it. We appreciate it. So the comment is kind of a neat, hey, Mr. Monkey, what's up? The comment's a neat little story. So my daughter, I had a 71 Mercury Comet that I built when I was younger, and it was bad, man. I put a 4-barrel intake manifold, a high-rise camshaft in it. I updated the ignition, so I did a lot of upgrades to it. It was fast.
And so when she was a kid, she remembers riding around with me in that car. So when she got to be 16 years old, she wanted a Comet. Well, when I moved from the other house, I sold my Comet because I was trying to put money together to put the down payment on the house. And she actually cried. When I sold my Comet, she cried like I gave her dog away. She came out there and started bawling. I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "You sold my car." And I'm like, "It's just a car, babe. We can get you another one." "No, I wanted that car." Um, so, okay, Mr. Monkey, you gone, baby. And so what happened was I sold it. So when she got to be old enough to get a car, we talked about it, and I said, "Hey, start saving your money." I said, because I found the guy that has the car. He was still living here in town. And I went over there and I talked to him and I made a deal with him. I said, "Hey, I want to buy that car back." And he goes, "Well, it ain't going to be for what you sold it to me for." I said, "That's fine. I want it. What do you want for it?" So we made a deal. And I said, "Okay, well, just hang on to it." I said, "Because I'm going to come back and I want to buy it from you." So what happened was, it would have been like 6 months, but the guy gave me his word, so I wasn't worried about it. So a week before her birthday, I go over there to get the car, and I knock on the door, and he comes to the door, and I go, "Hey, let's make that deal on the car." And he goes, "Man, you're not gonna believe it." He goes, "I just sold that car like a week ago." And I just about fainted, man. I was like, "You gotta be shitting me, man." I said, "You have no idea what kind of a trouble I'm in." She had been working, saving money to buy this car back. And I was like, "Oh my God, what am I gonna do?" And I was thinking, I'm in deep doo-doo, man. So anyway, I talked to my wife about it. She goes, "Hey, you remember Dan was talking about you? He said there was a guy that had a Comet. He was wanting to sell it." I was like, "I forgot about that." So I called this guy up and I said, "Hey, you got the number for that guy that had that Comet?" He goes, "Yeah, actually, he was just in the shop last week talking about he bought a new pickup and he's going to do something with that Comet." I said, "You gotta be kidding me." He goes, "Nope." So I called him up and I talked to the guy and he says, "Yeah, I want to sell it." He goes, "It's just in the driveway. It's kind of in the way." I said, "Well, can I come over and look at it?" He goes, "Yeah." So he gave me his information. So I drive up and I talk to him about it. And I drive up and I'm looking and I'm looking there's a comment in the driveway. It's like freaking immaculate, man. I'm like, "Man, that can't be the car, right?" So I walk up, I go, and he goes, "Yeah, there's the car." And in my inside, I'm going, "Oh my God, this thing is so freaking clean." And in my head, I was thinking, "Man, this thing is nice." So I talked to him about it a little bit, and he goes, "68 Chevelle SS convertible. That's a nice car." Convertibles are the one to build. Always do a convertible if you're going to do a car. You always get more for it. And I said, "Well, what do you want for it?" And he goes, "How about $1,000?" Man, I tell you what, I couldn't get my wallet out of my pocket fast enough to pay him for that car because it was worth about 4 grand. And so I bought the car from him, and my daughter didn't know about it. So on her 16th birthday, I went in the house and I said, "Man, I got bad news for you." She goes, "What?" I go, "That guy sold that car." And man, she was not happy. She was so upset. She started crying and I said, "Don't get upset." I said, "I got you a Honda. Come out and look at it." I go, "It's pretty nice." I said, "It's not the Comet, but it's a nice car." "I don't even want to look at it." She was crying and carrying on. And I said, "Come here and just take a look at it." And she looked through the window at it and she goes, "That's not a Honda." And she looks out and it was a 73 instead of a 71, but it was nice. So that was a fun story. So I still have that car. She was 16 years old and now she's 35 and it's sitting in the backyard and it's in pretty good shape. We had the interior done like a lime, kind of lime green like my hat. Thinking about buy a base model 67 Camaro. Nothing wrong with that. The Camaros are really popular. The Camaros are really popular. I tell you what happened with a lot of the Camaros was, and there's not as many as rounds as used to be. People used to take the front clips off those Camaros and put them on pickup trucks and all kinds of stuff. And what they would do, they would cut the front clip off and put it on like a Chevy pickup and weld it on there. And then you got all the front suspension, the upper and lower spring over suspension, all the braking stuff was there. So they came really popular to like scab the front end off of. So you'll see a lot of Camaros laying around with the front clip gone because people used to do that a lot. They're searching for a 65 rear VR66 Nova project, but there's nothing out by me. What do you, 66 Nova two-door? I bet I can find something. They're around. Okay. Bye, KF. Hey, we got to find somebody that's going to come to the lives a lot so I can make him a moderator. I get kind of tired of these stupid comments. I know people say just let them comment because it helps the algorithm, but I can see them, and then when I'm trying to talk to somebody, it kind of irritates me. Fast Boy Cars. You got a website? You got a YouTube channel or what? Do you have any of that going on? I'm looking for some people to come on to the lives with me and bring them on. I hope I can start. Right now we're feeding the live out to the shorts feed because we get more people. But once we get enough subscriptions and get people coming to the lives, I'm gonna switch over to StreamYard. And on StreamYard, we can have like 2 or 3 guests and we can come in, we can talk like we're doing right now, give our opinions and talk about hot rods and stuff. And I think that'd be cool. So anyway, you guys think about that. If you got a few people that would be interested in like coming on and just talking to Bull about hot rods and stuff, that'd be cool to do. But anyway, right now we can't do it until we get enough subscriptions and stuff. Don't forget, hey, let me show you another tool. That's how this is gonna kind of go, because I'm supposed to be doing this. And anyway, I want to show you guys. This is not an expensive tool, but man, what a great tool. I've carried one of these around with me in my pocket for the last 10 years. And it's the most useful little, it's a flashlight, but check this thing out, man. It's made by Streamlight, super bright. Matter of fact, here, I got one right here. Let me show you. So this one holds just like a AAA battery, but super bright, man, like crazy bright. But what I like about this, it's about the size of it fits in your shirt pocket real nice. So I always carry this in my shirt pocket because I'm always walking around in the shop and guys ask me for my opinion and stuff. Look at this or that or whatever. And I always have a flashlight and I can just look at it, put it back in my pocket. I don't have to go look for a flashlight or plug something in. I always have it with me. So I've carried around one of these for 10 years. And it's every time I loan this to somebody, they go, man, where'd you get that light? I'm going to get one. So right now on Prime, and the ones now, these take a battery, but the ones on Prime now, the top slides up and it has a USB, so it's a rechargeable, which is cool. I need to buy me one. So they're $26 right now on Prime. And if you're looking for something to give somebody for Christmas, this is a great little gift, man. Stocking stuffer, or just a nice little gift to give one of the guys that you work with, or people you know that does hot rod stuff or works on cars all the time. This is a great little gift. It's rechargeable. I would recommend what I tell people when I give these to them: paint it. Paint it bright green, pink, red, something. Don't leave it black because you're going to lose it. I must have bought 10 of these over the last 10 years, but I can't be without it. I love it so much that this is such a great tool. I couldn't live without it because I always have a flashlight and watch it. I want to hear a bunch of smart ass remarks right here. You can hold this in your mouth while you're doing something. Like if you're up underneath the dash and trying to do something and you don't have headgear on, you can just take this and hold it. It's so light, you can hold it in your mouth while you're doing something. Like I said, I don't hear nothing about holding it in my mouth. I know where you guys are going to go with that. Let's see. How about you take them shades off? You aren't cool. It's indoors. What shades? These aren't shades. These are prescription glasses. If I take these glasses off, all I see is fuzz. And yes, I am cool. You can say what you want. I'm as cool as they come, dude. Cool, and it's indoors. 2 front ends, all Ford Galaxies put together. Don't remember if it drove though. Yeah, Pat Paulson, these are great lights. And like I said, I give these away for Christmas presents all the time. Every year I'll buy like 3 or 4 of these and give them away as Christmas presents. The King of Kings is returning soon. Okay, you're gone. I don't like to do politics or religion. Not on these things, man. If you want to do religion, go start your religious group. I'm not against religion. I just think it's disrespectful to come in when I'm trying to do an automotive thing and do that. It'd be like me going to your church and handing my hand up and asking about hot rods. It's disrespectful, in my opinion. 350 want to swap BPS prisoners GM compatible with a 4L80E transmission. Yeah, the 4L80E is a good tranny other than its computer control. That's what I don't. In my opinion, the best transmission they ever built was a Turbo 400, especially if you build one. You can't even break them, man. They're so bulletproof. You know, you build a Turbo 400, you can abuse it, man. It won't break. But you know, but you know, they're a good tranny. The 4L80E is a good motor. They have some issues. You know, they have some issues with the solenoids in the transmission and the valve body once in a while. On snap-on truck, and the truck warranty is easier than mailing it back. They are in the supplemental. What are you talking about? These little flashlights? How? What on my wall? What do you see on the wall? What are you guys seeing on the wall? A bug on your wall. I don't see it. There's like a little crack thing. I don't know what you're seeing. Yes, the lights. How much are they on the Snap-on truck though? These are like, they're dirt cheap right now. They're $26 right now. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, easy money, I get it. The 4L80E is a good transmission, but my grandson had one in his pickup, and man, they just didn't take care of it right, and it had problems with the shift solenoids, and they didn't know what they were doing, and they ended up having to put a new motor in it, or tranny, and I think they could have just pulled the solenoids out and put a set of solenoids. It would have been just fine. Bro, I just saw a bug on your, I don't know what kind of bug. I don't know, man. Let's check it out. See a bug? I don't see a bug. I don't know, man. I'm not afraid of bugs. I'm good. Maybe a grasshopper. Where you see it at? Up by the light? It might be a grasshopper. We get praying mantis once in a while. Anyway. 40, I think, but there are different colors available too. Yeah, they have some available, and they had like brown ones and this and that. But 40, these are 26 shipped, so that's not bad. But I get you. It's nice when the Snap-on truck's coming in. I did that for years, man. You know, I did the Snap-on truck thing. I could have bought another house for what I paid Snap-on over the last 20 years. But I got lucky. I went to work for a place where I don't have to buy my own tools. So I just go in there and tell them what I need. They buy me whatever I want, which is nice. It's really nice. It saves me a shitload of money. Dude, it's in your beard. What do you see in my beard? I think you're just messing with me. Okay, whatever. That's just a good looking beard, that's all. Yeah, whatever. Okay, monkey nuts. You're kind of irritating me. Anyway, let's do another tool real quick. The NOCO stuff is like a no-brainer, man. The NOCO 10 app right now. Hey, Star Fox, how's it going? So the NOCO 10 amp smart charger is $79 right now. The jumper pack $79, and the NOCO That 1 amp is 23 bucks, man. You can't go wrong with that. Let me show you another deal. What I thought was a deal. This is more like for a homeowner guy. I tried to find some Milwaukee stuff because I use Milwaukee. Wait a minute. Whatever. Hey, we used to have the truck drive up and buy an exchange tool and give up discounts. Yeah, we had a good Snap-on guy. And what he would do, when he would like confiscate people's tools that didn't pay their bill, he would put them on discount. That's how I bought my box. I bought a nice set of flank drive wrenches that were probably like $1,000 for like $300. Okay, you going. Why do people put that stuff? I don't kind of understand that. Whatever. It's got nothing better to do, I guess. Yeah, we had an independent guy too that would come around. He would sell stuff like OTC and all that stuff at a good deal. I bought a lot of stuff from him. Yeah, for sure. So this is let me talk about cordless drills and impacts. Most guys in the field now, they're using Milwaukee's, the Fuelie line. And if you're working on cars every day, that's what you need to have. But if you're just a homeowner guy, a DIY guy, and you don't have a cordless drill and you want to get one, this is a good deal right now. This is a Milwaukee. I've used Milwaukee in the past. There's nothing wrong with them. Or this is a DeWalt, I'm sorry. This is DeWalt, but it's a good deal right now. This set comes with a battery, 2 batteries, the charger, an impact gun, and a drill for $140. They're normally $259. So this is a good bargain. What I did is I went through all the Amazon tools and picked out stuff that I felt was a good bargain that people might benefit from here. So if you're interested in a good drill and impact, go check out the link. 140 bucks. You can't. That's a good deal. I bought a set of Milwaukee's last year. That was their brushed line, and I paid like $149 for the same setup from Home Depot around Christmas time. And I just bought another one because I figured, man, 150 bucks. I'll just keep this one at the house, and I live in my Milwaukee's. I don't have to worry about moving them around. But I use 18-volt Milwaukee system. And what I tell people on the Milwaukee stuff is don't just buy one tool with the battery packs and a charger and then think about what you want to add. And then when you want to add something, just buy the tool only. Don't keep buying the batteries and the charger. You already got a battery and a charger. I see people do that all the time. Let's see if I had a Milwaukee in here. I don't think we came up with a Milwaukee. Oh, here's a tool, man, we need to talk about right here. If you don't have one of these, man, you need to get one. If you do any kind of soldering, this is the way to go. I do nothing but electrical. Let me flip this around and talk to you. I do nothing but electrical work. This is a mini torch made by Power Probe. I have one at home and I have one in my toolbox. And a lot of these tools I bring to here, I do it because these are tools I've used, man. This ain't just something I came up with. These are tools that I've been using for 20 years. This is probably not 20 years because they haven't been, I think about 10. But I've broke a couple of these because I've dropped them and stepped on them and stuff. But this is a great tool, man. It has a great flame on it. It's got an easy igniter. It run off, what is this? It's not propane, butane. They run off butane, and I do all my soldering with this. I don't use a soldering gun. Once you use one of these, you'll throw your soldering gun away. I can use it up underneath the dash. I can use it underneath the hood. And what you do if you're doing a solder joint, it's by something that you're afraid you might melt. Just take a piece of flat 1/4-inch plate and put it under what you're soldering on, and just protect what you're soldering on. They work great, man. I love them. And I'll use them sometimes like when I need to heat up a bolt or something. Not something like you would use a big torch on, but if you have a nut that's kind of tight and you think it's going to break, you can heat up this little torch and it'll break loose. These are a good deal, 56 bucks, and they're not on sale. Because they're such a good tool. I'm sure they sell so many of them, they don't have to put it on sale. Let me see if I got one in here that I have that I can talk about. Um, this is a tool that we have at the shop. If you don't have one of these and you got room for one and you can afford to get one, get one. This is called a topside creeper, and they're on sale right now. They're not a lot off, they're about 40 bucks off. But these things are nice, man. So if you're doing like an intake manifold, a set of heads, or you're working on something where you're hanging out over the motor all day long, you just crawl up there and it lays, you know, your upper body up over the truck. And we got one at the shop, man. I use it all the time. They're nice. They're kind of expensive though, $250. But you know what? They save your back, man. That's for sure. So all these, there's links and all this stuff. Let me show you a really cheap tool. We'll talk about something else for a minute. Oh, this is a good deal. I'll show you guys this because some of you guys might be thinking about something like this. Oh. So I've been using Fluke meters since ever. I think for the last 30 years I've been using Fluke. Fluke probably makes some of the best automotive meters that's available even today. They make some good products and they last forever. I got a Fluke meter that's in my toolbox right now. It's probably 30 years old and it still works just fine. I upgraded it because they wanted me to they told me get you a new meter, get a good one. So I bought the best I could find. But these are a good deal. 125 bucks. So they're 40 bucks off. This is a good basic meter that you can buy for, you know, and it's a good quality meter. Fluke makes the best meters that you can buy, in my opinion. All right, we'll talk about something else. Enough with the tool talk. But anyway, I do this tool talk. I just did this for the Prime. So, you know, we can make a few bucks. It helps the channel. We can buy new equipment, better cameras, you know, like tripods and all that kind of stuff. And on Friday nights, we do live where we do trivia, automotive trivia. And then if you get the answer right, you get put in a pool to spin for a free tool at the end of the night. So that's kind of cool. So if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And if you like hanging out and just talking about automotive stuff and hot rods and all that, you know, we like doing that here. We get a pretty good crowd here in the seems like we get a lot of people like late night, like after midnight. We did a live last week that was like, it lasted till 4 a.m. And there was people in here from Africa and Australia, just all over the world. So horsepower is a international language. You know, if you're into horsepower, it doesn't matter where you're from, you understand. People like horsepower. This hat's kind of weird. I gotta figure it out. This ain't the hat that I wanted. They didn't have the flex fit that I usually get. When I go like this, everybody thinks I'm from like Israel or something. I don't want to get it, but whatever. Anyway, hey, what do you guys think about making these as merch? I've had a few people ask me, hey, where do I get one of those hats? We might get some of these hats made and put them up as merch. We'll see. We got a lot of people coming and going. We're down to one person in the room, so and they kind of filter in like 20s, you know, it'll go up and down. So I kind of go back through the content a little bit about the tools as we go. And I really just appreciate everybody coming and hanging out for the live. It helps me, it helps the channel, it'll help you in the long run because eventually what we're gonna do is switch over to StreamYard. And we go to StreamYard, hey Trailer Glenn, retract his message. When we go to StreamYard, we'll be able to use our other camera. You know, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna get so many guys that come in here and they want to talk about their sexuality. I don't understand that. Whatever. You got time for that? So anyway, we're gonna switch over to StreamYard. As soon as we get enough people that are coming from our subscriptions, we're gonna go to StreamYard. And that'll be pretty cool because I have a really good Sony camera and we can set the Sony camera up and you can get a nicer view. And I'm gonna start doing lives on some repairs we're doing. So I'm gonna do a brake job on a F-250 next week, and I'll just drag the camera out there and do a live and just walk everybody through it as we go. Maybe you'll learn something. What do you guys think about merch on the hats? What are people willing to pay for a hat? These hats are not cheap, man. These ones that I get, they're like $50. They're like $45. But they're good hats. They're not cheap Chinese hat, you know, they're good quality. Anyway, but I have them stitched. I got this for my birthday today. I'm not sure what all that means. I don't know. Yeah, you're not allowed to post weird links on my live. This ain't for you, man. But we're gonna, as soon as we get enough subscriptions that when we do a live, you'll get notified there's a live coming. We're gonna switch to StreamYard. Because right now when we do a live, it goes out to the shorts feed. And that's why we get so many people in the room, because it's coming from the shorts feed. But once we get done, once we have enough subscriptions, hey, welcome to the people that just joined the room. Appreciate you being here. I'm an ASE certified master mechanic, been a mechanic for 40 years, and the channel is just all about automotive, hot rods, motorcycles, tools. We was going over some tools tonight that we found on Amazon Prime that are a good deal. So if you guys want to hear about that, just put in the link, show me some tools. Because there's some good deals on Amazon right now. One of them is that NOCO Genius 1. It's a 1 amp battery charger by NOCO. You can get them right now for $23. If you're interested in looking at any tools, go down and look at the look in the listing, the description. There's links in the descriptions. I know everybody goes to work, you know, so it's getting to that time. You get a lot of people come in and out. We're getting a lot of people that come back, you know, and I appreciate that. I'm trying to figure out the way that we can promote the people that come here all the time and make them like the Go Big crew. Give them badges or something, you know, where people know that they're you know, they come all the time. So if you haven't been here before, we talk automotive, hot rods, motorcycles, tools, that kind of stuff. And we're gonna start doing lives. I got a cool little project going right now. I got this little it's a mini bike, but it's a pit bike. It's got a 212cc Predator motor in it. And I was trying to think of something I could bring into the studio and do right here on the bench. And so I think I'm going to do that because it'd be a good project for, like, if you have a small budget, you don't have a lot of tools, or let's say you're a single mom and you want to help, you know, do something with your son, you know, or you're a dad that doesn't have a lot of automotive experience. Those little Predator motors with a little mini bike frame, you can have a nice little project for like $500. And they scream. This one here will do like 60 miles an hour. So I pulled that motor. It's got aftermarket exhaust on it and a updated clutch system. So we pulled it out of the frame, and we're going to go through how to get the frame prep for paint. We're going to do flames. I'm going to do a fake gas tank on the front and saddlebags in the back to make it look like a little Harley, and put some headlights up front. So that's a fun little project we got going. And then we're going to start doing the lives, you know, repair lives, where we're repairing things live so people can follow along and maybe learn some. I'll show you guys my setup. The setup's getting a lot better. We got it looks a lot. I turned it around the other way today so I could do the Amazon stuff, you know, so I could show you guys my all my stuff, you know, and it's easy to do. But this is the studio we set up for doing the videos. It's all turned around right now because we were make sure I leave everybody my stuff here. We had it all turned around right now. So this charger right here is the NOCO Genius 1. They're on sale right now for $23. That is a good deal. I have 2 of these, and I'm probably going to buy a 3rd one. You just hook them up. If you have something that sits outside all the time, you just hook them up, leave them hooked up, and walk away. Leave it hooked up all winter long. It'll be just fine. It's automatic, it brings the charge up, and then it just maintains the charge anytime the voltage goes down. So anyway, that's a good little charger. I got a no-code 10. The no-code 10s are on sale right now for $79. And if you don't have a booster pack, let me pull, you can see my ugly mug for a minute. If you don't have a booster pack, the no-code booster packs are on sale right now. I've never seen them this low. So check this out. These are 80 bucks. They're normally 125. I might even buy me one because I don't have one of these. We have 2 or 3 of these at work where I work. Man, they work great. They got a USB-C plug-in that charges them up. They're super portable. You can jump start like a diesel with one of these things. They're super convenient. If you don't have a jumper pack and you want one, go check this one out. It's a good bargain. I wouldn't, all the tools that I show you guys are tools that I have had and I would replace tomorrow if I lost them. They're good quality tools. The NOCO brand is probably the best brand on the market right now. They got really good leads on them. The leads are great, man. They got these super duper, like all copper leads on them. And the leads have a screw on them. So if you damage the lead, you can take this off and get a new clamp for it, which is nice. And they're super easy to use. You plug them in and walk away. You could give this to a 10-year-old kid and say, hey, go hook this up to your motorcycle. And he couldn't hurt himself because they have a, can you get me a fishing rod, please? What do you mean by that? You want to see a fishing rod? What kind of rod are you talking about? Adam Sabu. Where are you from, Adam? I don't think I'm ordering you one. I can barely keep my bills paid as it is. I'm 61 years old and I work part-time, part year, just to keep my bills paid. Yeah. Where are you from, Adam? Palestine, really? Do you have access to fish where you're at? I get a lot of people from all over the world. We had a guy in here the other night that was from Africa, a guy from Australia, New Netherlands, just all over the world. I live in Louisiana. You live in Louisiana? You live in Louisiana, USA? You're down in the French quarters then. Yeah, French quarters down in Louisiana. A lot of it's where a lot of people still have that real hard French accent down there. I had some friends that were from Louisiana. They're a wild bunch. I think everybody in Louisiana. Okay, I didn't know that. Close there. Louisiana, Palestine. See, I'm unfamiliar with that. I'm horrible when it comes to geography. I got to get a map out every time somebody tells me where they're from. And there's a big disconnect. Us in the world, we don't know what's going on in a lot of places. We're lucky that doesn't exist. Wedding cake, that doesn't exist. Maybe not. You never know who's in here and why and what they're why they're doing the things they do. We get a lot of weird comments. We're gonna create some moderators soon. Wedding cake, because we get a lot of that weirdness in here. I try to throw them out as it goes on, but sometimes I'm talking about stuff. I'm talking about stuff, and then this stuff comes up. Just so you know, that's one thing we don't do here on this channel. We don't talk about politics or religion. If you got a problem with that, then I don't want to tell you. How come everybody's always thinking I'm from like the Middle East, Palestine? It worries me that people think I'm some kind of terrorist, man. I'm from the United States. I'm a California beach boy. Go big. I, uh, I'm from Southern California, man. I was born in the Southern California area. You know, I lived in Riverside most of my life as a kid. Crazy how you associate terrorism to Palestine, man. What is that about? See, it's political, man. I don't associate it with that. People tell me that. They're always like, "Hey, are you from Israel? Are you Muslim?" That's what I get a lot. Are you Muslim? Because I wear this hat backwards, and when I wear my black hat backwards, you can't see the green, and I think it's the way the hat looks. Hey, how you doing, Tay Guyen? Sorry if I messed your name up, man. I tried the best I can. Like this guy, oh yeah, Kareem. What is that about? I don't really understand people's comments when they do stuff like that. It's just like, whatever, man. Got too much time on your hands, I think. Anyway, we're all about hot rods and all about like positivity here. Try to keep it really positive. Try to help people out when we can. You know, I answer automotive questions. People have problems with their car. I'll walk them through it the best I can. Love from Atlanta, Last Sayan. Welcome from Atlanta. Are you from Atlanta, ATL? Hey, if you guys aren't subscribed, man, hit me up with your subscriptions. We do lives. I've been doing these lives a lot lately. I'm getting ready to go back to work at the end of the month, so I've been trying to hustle on these lives the best I can. We did like a 4-hour live the other night. It was crazy. We had like 100 people in here, and we got like 4,000 views, and we had a lot of, seemed like a good guy. God bless. Free Palestine. Yeah, I get it, man. You're compassionate about something. I get it. But you know what? That's why I just don't do the politics thing, because everybody starts coming in here and they want to talk about just politics. And I get it that people are. I don't mind you making a comment and then that's that. But you get people in here that just want to go on and on and on and on about it. And we're trying to teach automotive. We're trying to teach people how to repair their cars and talk about the old days. I had this car when I was a kid, and we used to go to the movies, and this stuff like that. So I have no problem with your comment, but people that just continually just keep commenting about stuff. I had a guy in here that was talking about he was leaving scripture all the time, and I said, you know what? It's kind of rude what you're doing. It'd be like me going to your church and talking about hot rods while you're trying to talk about what you're talking about. So anyway, I think I'm going to get some moderators and lay down some rules as far as I just don't want to talk about politics and talk about religion, because I learned a long time ago in the shops I worked at, it always creates some kind of animosity with somebody when you're talking about that stuff. And you know what? We're just here about talk about horsepower, cool cars, waxing cars, riding motorcycles, and doing burn-offs and that kind of stuff. That's what this channel's really about. And I do try to sell somebody a tool once in a while so I can afford to put gas in my motorcycle. If you guys are here and you're looking for tools for Prime, go check out the description. There's all kinds of links in there. All the tools that we picked out for Prime that we think are a good deal. There's some good ones. Noco has 3 battery chargers. They got 2 chargers and then a booster pack available. $80 a piece for the booster pack and the 10 amp charger. And then like $23 for the 1 amp charger. That's a good deal. So there's some good deals going on if you're looking for a deal. I want to show you something that I found. This was a good deal, man. I have a good steam cleaner, but I was thinking if somebody didn't have a steam cleaner, I use mine all the time. I got a Generac, and it's a good, gas generator. But this is an electric generator or a power washer, not generator, power washer. And but it's 2,000 psi. That's pretty good, and 1.2 gallons per minute. It has dual soap tanks in it. But anyway, it's half price right now. And I'm not trying to be a salesman. I'm just telling you the truth. I seen this and I was like, man, you know what? If I was looking for one, I'd check into that. Those things are usually almost 300 bucks. So right now they're 143 and they're normally 294. And that's a pretty good size. It's a wheel around steam cleaner. It's just electric instead of being gas. That's a good deal. Power washers are nice to have around, man. I use mine all the time because I have a motorhome, so let me show you this thing, man. If you have a power washer, I have one of these. I bought one of these, and then I couldn't live without this thing now. It's 15 bucks. Let's see if I can find it. You know what sucks when you get older? You have a hard time seeing. I had to have surgery on one of my eyes here a while back. So, my left eye, I tore my retina in my left eye, and I had to have surgery done on it. So I got to go back. They're going to do something else with it. I can't find it now. So they have this thing. It's called a suds cannon, and it's this little thing that you put on your. Oh, there it is. Is that it? Okay, there it is. So these things are cool. They're usually like 20 bucks, but they're on sale right now for 15. And what they do, they clip on the end of your pressure washer, and it puts out foam, like crazy foam. I use it on my motorhome. I use it on my motorcycles, and I just put Dawn dish soap in mine, and just put a little bit of dish soap, like this much in it, and it has an adjustable end on her, and man, it blasts like suds like you wouldn't imagine, and it's like 15 bucks. And it comes with 5 fittings for the end of your pressure washer. I'll show it to you. And here's the deal while I'm promoting this thing. The container on that thing, the plastic part, is like super heavy duty. It's not thin, man. It's like a super, super good container. And then the top is all brass. So it's really well built for 15 bucks. They're on sale for 15 bucks. So if you got a pressure washer, if you have a pressure washer, okay, we'll get ready to. This is a good deal because you get 5 fittings and the foam cannon. And like I said, if you go to constantly go to the car wash and use their spray thing with a steam cleaner and one of these foam cannons, they're way better than anything you'll see at a gas station or at a car wash. That foam cannon, if I ran that thing over tomorrow, I'd order one tonight because it's such a good product. It's a really good product. And those fittings, if you look up those fittings for your steam washer, I bet they're 10 bucks. So you're paying 5 bucks for the foam cannon. So that's a pretty good deal. Anyway, if you guys seen anything or you're curious about what's available on Prime for tools, go check out the links in the description. All the links are there. And even if you don't buy anything, if you click on them, it opens up a 30-day window for us. So it helps out the channel. And we appreciate you guys doing that. It helps us just by upgrade the gear and give away nice tools on the drawings, because we do the drawings, and then it just helps generate some revenue for us to be able to do that stuff. I think this next week, not this week coming up, because we promised everybody we're going to give away a snap-on wrench, but I think the week after we're going to give away one of these chargers. They're only $23, and they're a good unit, man. I'm not kidding you. I'm surprised. I think I'd pay 23 bucks just for the leads. The leads are that nice, and they actually have like a they got an inline fuse on them. Let's see, where's the camera? Let me see. They got an inline fuse on them. And so you can, actually this is a better camera the other way. they have an inline fuse on. What was smart was they put an automotive style fuse in there. So if it pops the fuse, you just grab a mini ATO out of your toolbox and you're good to go. And they got really good copper leads on them. And this thing, it does lead acid, it does AGM, it does lithium, 6 volt and 12 volt. And it's an automatic smart charger. You just hook it up, it looks at the battery, it knows what kind of battery it is, and it starts charging. Then when it gets up to charge, you can just leave it plugged in all winter long. It becomes a maintainer after it goes to full charge. And that's what's nice if you have a motorcycle, ATV, anything like that. Anything that has a battery that sits all winter and doesn't get started or ran where it goes dead over the winter, this will keep the battery from going sulfation on you. That's what kills batteries, is when you don't charge them, they lose charge and they go down to like 2 volts. The sulfation starts right away. And then it just builds up on the lead plates. Wacky typer Phil here. What you think about the 6.6 liter back in the day, Trans Am? I don't have a lot of experience with the 6.6 in the Trans Am. I don't. I'm not gonna. Army 82nd retired. How you doing, buddy? Thanks for your service. Were you a retired Army? We appreciate your service, 100%. We're lucky to have people in our military taking care of us while we're all enjoying this great life we're able to live. Without the military, we couldn't do that. I think a lot of people don't understand that. I used to have an American flag on the wall behind me, and it came so controversial, and I just got in arguments with people about it because I believe in our military, you know, that they're doing a very good, important job. Yeah, my stepdad, he did like 30 years in the Navy. He liked football. I don't do football much. I like to fish. Oh, hang on, give me just a second. My computer's about to die on me. Forgot to plug this in. I got so many friggin' cords going here. It's crazy. My daughter is a football fanatic, man. She does. Yeah, for sure. We appreciate you. My daughter's a football fanatic. She does that fantasy football, and she kicks everybody's butt every year at work, even the guys. She knows, like, I told her you should be a football commentator because she knows everybody, their names, what group, what teams they were on, what teams they got traded to. You know, she knows all the specs when it comes to football. She's very good at it. That's cool. What's cool? Captain Treasure, what's cool? But she loves football. You can't even talk to her on Sunday. Don't even try. She's like, hey, go away. The football game's on. She lives in Tennessee, so I don't get to see her much. My kids all moved away. That's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing. I don't say this to people and make them feel sorry for me. It's just really my story. I lost my wife of 39 years to pancreatic cancer. And after being retired for 5 years, oh, thank you. Being so knowledgeable. Thank you, I appreciate that. I like sharing my knowledge. I really do. I like to share what I have. I'm lucky to have the knowledge I have and share it with other people. So that's what this channel is all about. We're gonna do one night a week. I'd like to do a question and answers where people could just come and ask me about an issue with their car, and I can walk through a lot of them. Some, if I can, I'll tell you, no, can't help you because there's not enough information. I'd have to be there, you know, to do certain things. But a lot of times I can help people, and I can save them a lot of money by letting them know how to talk to the shops. Because I've been a service manager, you know, I've been a mechanic. I'm ASC certified master mechanic for most of my career. So I spent 40 years, and I'm still working in the industry. I do electrical work. I build police cars for a living. So knowledgeable. That's cool. So anyway, so that's kind of where the channel, anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, I lost my wife of 39 years to pancreatic cancer about 2 years ago. And so I had to come out of retirement. I was retired for 5 years, and I just couldn't afford to live on the income I had, so I had to go back to work. That's kind of what the channel is kind of about. I'm trying to take my experience and what I know and try to share it with other people, and maybe, with the affiliate links with Amazon, we haven't made any money with it yet. I just keep grinding at it. I just keep grinding away. Because YouTube's a long game, you're looking at 5 years before you can make a channel really, really pop. Some people get lucky and do a good job. Help Night, that's a pretty good idea. That would bring a lot of people in who are just scrolling by. Hey, thanks for giving me that opinion, Captain Treasure. And I think that'd be lost my wife to kidney failure a year ago. Sorry about your loss. Stay strong. Hey, thanks for saying that. And I'm sorry for what you went through, because I learned something through that. And I say this a lot, is like, you don't know till you know. So, if you've never been through a divorce, you've never lost a child, you've never buried a loved one that's really close to you, all those things, anything like that, if you've never done it, then you don't know. So when you see somebody going through that and you think, man, that person's acting crazy, he's doing this and doing that and whatever, know that you don't know what they're going through, man. They're just trying to survive. They're trying just to figure out a way to make it through what they're going through. And this channel's about automotive, but also I like to give people good opinions. I think I got some life lessons you could learn from. One of them is don't wait, man. Life is not guaranteed. My wife was diagnosed and passed in 28 days. She went to the hospital with a stomach ache, and we had a funeral in 28 days. So, it can happen fast. So if you have something in your life that you're compassionate about and you want to do, go do it. Don't wait around. I'm seriously thinking about trying to go to the Philippines for go visit next spring. I want to go check it out, because it's so cheap over there in the Philippines to live, compared to here. It's like 1/10 of what it costs here. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly right. You know what I'm talking about. I caught a lot of grief from my kids over certain things. It's not a terrorist beard. You ever seen a biker before? They don't look like terrorists. They're bikers. Okay. Stevie Ray Tyler. I'm just curious, when you're in public and you see a guy with a beard like this sitting on his Harley, do you go over there and say, hey, dude, you look like a terrorist? I bet you don't. I know you wouldn't say it to me. Anyway, I gotta quit looking at those stupid comments. They irritate me. Bunch of keyboard pirates. Yeah, you don't know. I caught some flack because, I had to get busy living or get busy dying, so I chose life. It wasn't easy. It would have been easier to go the other way. That's simple, So I went the other route, and I started dating, and I met a really good woman in a short amount of time, and I caught some flack about it. And like I said, you don't know because you haven't done it. I held my wife in my arms and watched her take her last breath. After you do that, come back and talk to me about it. Until you're part of that group, I don't want to hear what you have to say. Because you don't know, man, until you've been through that. And it makes that kind of thing really changes you, who you are. Because you get to where you don't really care what other people think. Because you realize that everything you do and say in life doesn't matter as much as you think. Because someday they're going to take all your stuff and put it in tubs and sell them at a yard sale for $0.25. And 100 years from now, nobody's going to even know who you were. So anyway, that's that. So I take my hat off to you that you made it through losing your wife, because I know what that's like. And we're a part of a group that most people do not want to be a part of, believe me. And that's what I tell them. You don't know till you know, and you do not want to be in this party, because it's not a party you want to attend. That's for sure. I didn't prep myself financially for my wife, something happening to my wife, And so when she passed, I lost half my income, so I had to start scrambling. So I went back to work. for the place I worked at for 25 years. I left as the boss and I went back as a technician in the shop, and the guys that were on my crew now are the bosses in the office. So that was kind of a tough thing, but it worked out good. They were really good to me. I always tried to be good to other people and teach them. You know, I never looked down on people about not knowing how to do something. If you don't understand something, you come to me, I'm gonna come show you and try to teach you how to do it. You know, I've always been like that. And that's kind of how the channel got going, you know, because I've been doing videos and I still do videos. You know, I've been posting. Matter of fact, we had a pretty good one launch off. It got like, I think it's around 800 views now that we posted about Prime. And we did it in preparation for Prime Days coming. And today was my birthday. So today I went, I got me a new hat, my Go Big hat. And then I got a really nice aluminum floor jack because I can't drag that big old 200-pound floor jack around anymore. So my girl, she bought me a real nice floor jack, and I got me a hat, and I went out to dinner at one of the breweries. So I had a nice dinner. I had a nice birthday. I didn't get to see any of my family. All my grandkids, they live out of state. I got some that live in Arizona, and I got some that live in Tennessee. And so my daughters are they live out of state now, so I don't have any family here now. It's just me. It's just me and my internet and my Go Big and my video camera. So we're gonna do lives. We're gonna do lives on repairs. Next week, I'm probably gonna do a rear brake job on a F-250. I'll try to get some lighting out there so you can see it real good. And I had a locked up rear wheel on this F-250, and somebody had went in there, and one of the springs had broke, and they just wrapped a piece of wire around it, and it got wrapped around the emergency brake cable and twisted it and pulled it. All right, hardest year I've been through since she's been gone, still searching for a meaning, but I will get better. Yeah, you know what, stick in there, man. I know what you're going through, dude. I know exactly what you're going through. And you know, this is the advice I give people that are going through that, because I went through it, man. I mean, I did 100-mile-an-hour corners on my Harley one-handed because I didn't care. I didn't care. You know, so I got through that, and I realized, you know what, man, you still got to have a life. You got a lot to offer people still around you, and people care about you. And you know, if something happened to you, you know, they would be going through what you're going through. You know, so you don't want to do that. And so I recommend people that are in your situation is start having a routine. Get up in the morning, have a routine. Get up, even when you don't feel like it, because there was days I didn't even want to get out of bed, man. All I wanted to do is drink beverages all day until I couldn't walk. And so, you know, I started having a routine. I lost 40 pounds during that because I wasn't eating. And my neighbor, she came across and said, hey, you got to learn how to cook. You can't keep going the way you are. You know, you've lost almost 50 pounds. Because I couldn't cook. My wife did all the cooking. I didn't know nothing about how to cook. And so she came over and taught me how to cook. And now, man, I'm a freaking chef. And I can cook all kinds of stuff. You know, so you'll get through it. I know it doesn't sound like it when people say, you know, time does make a difference. It takes some time. And I still have my days, man. I have days that I struggle, man. And certain things, songs or situations that really just hit me hard, you know. So, but have a routine. Get up, make coffee, you know, maybe go for a little walk around the block or do some reading, you know, do your housework. Just have a routine that you do every day and just start with that. And if your routine is you don't know what it is, just do one thing. Get up in the morning and, you know, walk out to the garage and do something and have a cup of coffee. Start with that and then just add to your routine. But what you want to do, you want to get around people. If you have friends and family, spend time around them because that's what you need. You need to be around people. And I became a hermit. I didn't answer the door, I didn't answer my phone. I just became like, I don't want to talk to anybody. I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to see nobody. I lost my laughter. Nothing was funny, nothing that mattered, you know? So I know what you're going through and you can get through that, you know? Just being around people And if people are listening to this, if you have somebody that's went through and lost, as in grief, go see how they're doing. Go check in on them. Take them out to dinner. Go take them for breakfast. Do something because they need you right now. And my friend saved my life, man. You know, he came over here and beat on the door and said, "Hey, I know you're in there. Answer the freaking door and get up. You're going to go to coffee with me right now. I know you don't feel like it, but you're going to do it anyway." And, you know, I think that helped me a lot. And they told me, "Come over for dinner tonight. I don't care what you're doing. Come have dinner with me." I said, "It's great to talk with you. I will keep in touch." Okay, buddy. Hey, stay strong. You know, the calendar will flip over a couple times and you're going to look back and go, "You know what? I made it through that. It sucked, but I made it. And now I'm on a different trajectory now and my life matters." So hang in there, man, for sure. See, this channel ain't all just about automotive and talking hot rods. You know, we're here to help each other too. We're trying to build a community of like-minded people that like to work on cars and hot rods and, you know, treat each other with respect and support each other. And I'm here to help people. If you got a problem with your vehicle, you're not sure what's going on, and I think I'm going to do that. I was going to do Tool Talk Tuesdays, and maybe we'll pick a night of the week. I think I'm going to try to do lives 3 nights a week now. We're going to Tool Time Tuesdays. We don't have to talk about stuff you have to purchase. We'll just talk about older tools. And then we'll do Friday nights, we do trivia, which is kind of fun. Everybody likes that because you get to spin the wheel for, you know, prizes and stuff. And then we'll pick one night a week where we do just question and answers. And hopefully pretty soon we'll get enough people on here. I can pick out the guys that I think have good knowledge base that knows what they're talking about. And we'll get some people to come on with us, and we'll have 2 or 3 people as like a group of auto mechanics. And then you can shoot your questions out there and we can talk amongst ourselves and come up with a solution. It's always nice to have a second or third opinion, especially when you're trying to help somebody repair something on the internet, because you're not right there, you know, so you can come up with some great ideas. So hopefully, you know, we'll get some, I want to be able to pick through the people, and I can usually tell if somebody knows what they're talking about. I've been around this for a while. And so we get some people that have some background in the shops other than me. I got 40 years experience in this, but you know, people probably get tired of hearing me talk forever, you know. So far it's been going good. Hey, welcome to the lives, those of you that are here. We just had a nice conversation with Army. He was from 82nd Airborne. I'm guessing Airborne. Anyway, welcome to the live. We're just talking about grief. I lost my wife and he lost his wife. We were talking about that a little bit. But anyway, we talk about hot rods and stuff. By the way, I ride a Honda Shadow 11. It's my wind therapy. We were just talking. I don't know if you were here. Were you here when I was talking about the Honda 1100 Aero? Were you in here when we were talking about that? Because I was telling everybody, they were asking me about what's a good starter bike. And I told them the Shadow 750 C2. But I owned a Honda Aero 1100 that was a nice bike. It was a great bike. Shaft drive, air cooled, looked like an old cruiser, dependable, just a great bike. Is your 1100 an Aero? No, I just found you. Okay. So earlier tonight we were talking about motorcycles, and this guy was asking me about, and I said, well, if your first bike, you probably want to start with a 750, you know, and Honda builds a nice Shadow. It looks nice, a nice little cruiser looking thing. I bought one for my wife, nice little bike. And but I was talking, I said, if you want to get a bigger bike and you don't want to spend a ton of money, go look at the Honda 1100 Aero. So I had an Aero, a Honda VT 1100 Aero, a 1998 single pin crank thumper. Man, it sounded like a Harley. Great bike. It was a good bike. I put 25,000 miles on that bike. It was a good bike. I have a couple Harleys now. I had 3 and I sold one just recently. But that's, you know, that's what I got to do right now. I'm just trying to hustle because, you know, I lost half of my income when my wife passed. I set everything up, and that's a regret I have. And I tell these young guys that are 30, 40 years old, hey, get some life insurance on your wife and you both. Because if something ever happens, man, you're going to be in a bad spot. That's what I ended up doing. You know, my wife passed, I was in a bad spot. I lost half my income. I still had all the same bills I had before. I had to sell off a bunch of stuff just to stay afloat, and then I ended up having to go back to work part-time because I can only work so many hours with my retirement, or I have a retirement, but it's just not enough. A pension is not enough to live on nowadays, especially in California. So I had to go back. I had to go back to work after being retired for 5 years. Yeah, so that's my situation. We're just talking about that. Hey, for those of you that are in the room, welcome to the room. Leave a comment, say hi, tell us where you're from. We talked about hot rods, motorcycles, having fun, just talk about whatever, support each other. We went over some tools tonight. If you're looking for some tools on Amazon Prime, go check out the links below. There's some links on a bunch of tools that I picked out. I've been a mechanic for 40 years and I have a lot of experience. And these are tools that I use and the ones that I've used, and I would rebuy them tomorrow because they're good quality tools. So there's some pretty good deals on Prime. If you're looking for a NOCO or a battery charger, go check out the NOCOs. They're a good deal, man. $80 right now for a NOCO Genius 10 amp smart charger. And they're usually about $125. And then they got a little one, it's a 1 amp NOCO. I'm gonna buy another one. I have 2 of them, I'm gonna buy a third one. They're $23, man. Why wouldn't you buy a smart charger made by a good quality company like NOCO for $23? You can't even buy a friggin' pizza for $23 anymore, you know? Mine is an 87 Shadow 1100, don't know, made back then, but my bike was 57 and as strong as ever. Yeah, it was an 87. Yeah, I think my Arrow was a 98. But that 1100, man, it has a good track record. I think they had 1100 Spirit, I think. And then 11. No, I'm not in a bike gang, no. I'm in a gang of one, party of one. I got a shirt that says that, party of one on the back. I know a lot of guys that are in, I know a lot of guys that are 1%ers. Yeah, you're your best friend, your worst enemy, you can decide. I got friends that I could pick up the phone right now and say, hey, I need you here in the morning. And they would be here. If they had to ride from New York, they'd be here. But no, I'm not in a gang. I worked 25 years for a government agency building police cars. Believe that or not. When I talked to one of my buddies, we used to get in a lot of trouble when we were younger, in our 20s. And I said, can you believe I work on cop cars every day? He was like, no, I would have never thought that. Thought you'd be in the back of one. Bored of reading, bored of doing, bored of playing the game of talking. Them days, they're looking for any advice. Crinkled diaper. Let's talk about it, man. I can help you, man. I've been in the trenches. I don't know if you heard me talking about I lost my wife at 39 years in 28 days. So I've been in the hole, man. You can find your way out. Bored of reading, bored of doing, bored of playing the game of talking. Yeah, it was rough. It was hard. I almost didn't make it. I'm serious. If it wasn't for my kids, I wouldn't be here. And I shouldn't tell you that, but that's really how I felt. Because I was riding my Harley like a madman. 100 miles an hour through the corners with one hand hanging off the side. I didn't care. Yeah, me too. Because I was being stupid. I was just drowning myself in beverages, if you know what I mean. And then I woke up one day and said, you know what? If something happens to you, your kids are going to go through what you're going through. Is that what you want? You want your kids to do what you're doing? So I said, no, I'm not doing that to them. So I decided I'm going to fix it, Start getting up every day, have a routine, and be around people. I know you don't feel like it. When you're in that situation, that mood, you don't feel like being around people, you got to do it. It'll make you feel good. I don't care if you know them, man. Go to the farmers markets. I'm not a real spiritual guy, but I recommend people go to church. Go be around people that care about you. And it will help you. And I'm not a preacher, and I don't talk religion on this channel at all, but I can help you if you're in a bad spot. You know, if you're just struggling with life. Some of us are happy not being around other people. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, some people are like that. But when you're going through grief and you're in a hole from hell, even though you don't think you need people, it's the best time for people to reach out to you. And my friend saved my life, man. Absolutely. My motorcycle saved my life. Wind therapy got me through this. To he fair, he is speaking from his experience on his channel. Yeah, it is my experience. It's check it out all about who Billy the Kid was. Anyway, so my situation, if I'll try to help you if I can. My situation was my life was fine. I was doing my thing. I was getting ready to sell my house and get my motorhome and travel with my wife. And she had a stomach ache, took her to the hospital, and she had a growth on her pancreas, and she had pancreatic cancer, and she got a infection, and she passed in 28 days. So I didn't know what to do. My life just came to a halt. Friends can help. I'm personally just not that. On others, always preferred being on my own. I'm the same way, dude. I'm the same way. I stopped answering my phone. I didn't answer the doorbell. I put a lock on my gate where nobody could get up to the door. Yeah, thanks for that, Jeff. Yeah, I appreciate you saying sorry. It happens though, man. It's life, you know. When it first happened, man, I was on the ground, man. Somebody just stomped on my soul, you know. Somebody I'd been with for 39 years. I've been with her since I was 18 years old, you know, and I'm 60. So think about that, you know. It's cruel, man. Sorry for your loss. Yeah. Yeah. But here's the deal. My friends, I have a very small handful of friends that I can depend on that care about me. And they came to my door and they beat on the door and they said, hey, I know you can hear me and I know you're in there. You either answer the door, I'll kick the door down. And they made me start doing stuff. Get on your bike. Come on, we're going. I don't give a shit how you feel. You know what? You're going to go. You can't be in this hole you're in forever. You got to get up and brush yourself off because your kids depend on you. You want them to go through what you're going through? Think about it. You want to see your daughter standing there at your graveside and trying to figure out how to figure out life now because you were an idiot? So anyway. Yeah. Hey, Chucky D. And this ain't all about just talking about my grief. It's losing a spouse, child is terrible sins. I'm glad to see you're moving forward and finding purpose. You know what? You know, you only have two choices, man. You know? You're either going to do it or you're not. You know? That's what I said. And it was a movie thing, and I remember from years ago, I said, you can either get busy living or get busy dying. And I was halfway to death, man. I was riding my Harley at 100 miles an hour through the corners with one-handed corners hanging off the side of the thing, you know? Yeah. Yeah, close friends as well, for sure. I got a buddy that I call him my brother from another mother, and he's in Wyoming, or he's in Montana now. But he's the kind of guy, you know, like I said, I can pick up the phone right now and say, hey, dude, I need you here tomorrow. It's serious. And guess what? He'd get on his bike and ride through the night if he had to, and he'd be here. Those are the kind of friends that can save your life, you know. Doom scrolling before sleep. Best of luck to you, my man. Hey, Jeff, come back and see us, you know. Come hang out. If you're sad or you're just like in the dumps or just not feeling it, when you see the lives go live, come hang out. I don't mind talking to you at all. Yeah. You know, hang in there. You know, life can get better. You just gotta, you know, sometimes it's just a temporary thing. Sometimes it's just a temporary thing, you know. And it just takes some time, you know, and just getting through just try to find your happy again. Find out things that you're compassionate about and go do those. You know, I started walking. Army 82nd. I'm from Northern California. Tony V, right on, brother, from Colorado. I'll tell you a story about Colorado. I bought a bike in Colorado. I'm extremely happy. I'm just a hermit. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, man. There's people that are hermits. I know a few hermits. You have to go to their house and throw a rock over the fence and say, "Hey, come out, come open the gate." What's up? Hassan said hi. Hey, how you doing? Colorado. I'll tell you a story about Colorado, Tony. I found a bike I wanted, and it was a Honda. We were just talking about this bike. Me and I'm trying to remember everybody's names. I have a hard time. 82nd Airborne guy, Army 82nd. Yeah, South Dakota. South Dakota's awesome. I love South Dakota. But anyway, I found this VT 1100 Aero, and I knew that's the bike. I did a bunch of research, and it was a single pin crank bike, and I knew that's the bike I wanted. So I made the deal over the phone with the guy. I called him, and he had a leather shop where he sold leathers and stuff, and he wanted $7,000 for it. And I had the money at the time, and I was like, I really want this bike. I said, but don't make me come all the way to Colorado if it's a pile of crap. I said, it's got to be clean. He said, it's super clean. He goes, I just leave it in the shop. It's sitting on a tile floor. We start it once a month and ride it around the block. He said, but it's in mint condition, like showroom quality. I said, okay, I'll be there. So I bought a one-way ticket, airplane ticket from California to Colorado in May. Took my helmet and a jacket, and the guy picked me up at the airport, and I didn't know him, and I was thinking, man, if this guy gets weird on me, I'll beat him to death with his helmet. South Dakota here, super clean, but not title. Yeah. So I went there, and we made the deal. He was a nice guy. I went to his shop. He had a leather shop, and I looked the bike over, and I got on it, put my helmet on and my jacket, and I rode back to California, across the Rockies in May. And he told me, he goes, hey, if you don't make it over that pass by 3:30, 4 o'clock, he said, you're probably not going to go across the pass tonight because it's supposed to snow. And so I had some cheap, crappy gloves that I brought, and I had a kind of a 49ers jacket and my helmet. And here I go, man. I'm heading, me and the old lady, we're heading across the Rockies, with the bike heading back to California. To check out Easy Rider magazine here. Those chicks are always kind of hot. Easy Rider, as a kid, man, that's how I learned about bikes. Easy Rider. I got a buddy he's not a buddy of mine, but I know him pretty well. He knows who I am. And he has 3 bikes on the cover of Easy Rider. Can you believe that? He's a fabricator, and he's had 3 bikes on the cover. And he just lives in this little small town. He's got a tiny little shop he works out of. Really humble guy. I mean, you wouldn't even know who he was. Yeah, it was beautiful in May. Yeah, it was beautiful. But it was quite the ride. I hadn't been on a big bike in like 10 years. So I told my wife, hang on, let me go drive this thing around a little bit. So I went and rode it around, did some circles and turns, and checked out the brakes. And I said, okay, man, let's go. She jumped on the back, and away we went, man. We rode from Colorado to California. It was funny, she was starting a job the next day. We did I think we did a 2-day trip I don't remember, we might have drove all the way through, I don't remember. But she was starting a new job the next day. She got back, man, she was so tired. She sat on that crappy seat that whole way. She couldn't even hardly walk. And she goes, I got to go to work. I got a brand new job I'm starting tomorrow. I was like, well, sorry to hear that. I'll be cleaning the bike today. What is it called when I can't? Erectile dysfunction. That's a pretty funny one. I described to you. Hey, thanks for the sub. We appreciate your subscriptions. And just so you guys know, the lives are more open. I just let people do whatever. You want to talk about hot rods? We want to talk about motorcycles? Whatever. You want to talk about your day, you're having a rough one? We can talk about that too. And then I try to push tools a little bit because we make a little bit on the tools. How's NoCal? You know what, man? 30 years ago, this used to be an amazing place where I live, and it's just went downhill. It's just so expensive. The utilities, the cost, the food, everything you do here now is so freaking expensive. That's why I went back to work. I couldn't afford to live on my retirement. I'm like, I can't even keep the bills paid, man. I got to go back to work. So I work part year, part time. You know, what's in your? I don't tell everybody where I live because you just never know. You know what people. You just never know who you're dealing with. But I just live. I live about 100 miles outside of Sacramento. I have a Pro One chopper. Oh, really? With a RevTech motor in it? What do you think about that RevTech motor? Because I always thought about those. They're just basically a Evo production motor. I got a friend that does them, and he says, "Man, you just put 100, put 100 cubic inch RevTech in it and be done with it." I've never done one. Drove by Sturgis 212, so many RVs with trailers. Yeah, so much for the ride. Yeah, I used to, my neighbor, he was a big time biker guy, and we call them trailer queens because everybody goes to Sturgis and they ride their trailers out there and unload the trailers and then ride around the block on their bikes like they're bikers. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I have gas and coasted in the rest area in Virginia. Biker guy took me to a gas station so I can get mobile again. So bikers are cool people, even though it's not my social scene. 143 horsepower. Damn. Yeah, you know what? That's what I tell people, man. Bikers are just people. They can be your best friend or your worst enemy. And don't be getting it wrong, The one percenters, their gangs they're doing their thing, But if they're your friend for life, and I can say one thing about bikers, man. They're very committed to their friends. They're loyal to a core. Not like you can't find that kind of loyalty anymore. Not like you can through that. They're a brotherhood, and they're brothers. They're 100% brothers, and they take care of each other. Had a minute's problem with the motor. Really? 143 horsepower, really? That's a lot of power on a bike. I think the Evo's around 60. I'd probably kill myself on that thing because I have a hard time. I can't have something that goes fast. I want to drive it fast all the time. It sucks the fuel down. Yeah, I bet. I'll bet. My electric glide is a 91. But it's got an updated carburetor, Mikuni on it with a Andrews cam and a super trap exhaust. So it's had some upgrades done to it, upgraded ignition, but it'll get it, man. For a little 80 cubic inch motor, it'll jump pretty hard. I've drag raced some guys in that thing. I'm 61, but I don't care. I'll drag race. I'm afraid. I had some young guy pull up to me. I was leaving the casino, like it was last year sometime. I pulled up to the light and he's revving his motor. I'm like, let's go, man. I'll give you a shot. And we drag raced all the way through town, man, going like 110, just blasting it through town. Good thing no cops were around. We'd have been nailed, man, because it was like midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. There was nobody on the road, and we were just blasting it. And he beat me, but barely. He had a pretty nice newer bike. He goes, man, that thing's pretty fast. And I go, yeah, maybe so. I'm not sure. I really don't know. It's a stock Evo with just some headwork and a cam in it and exhaust, standard gearing. It's a fun bike though, man. I've rode that thing from here to I've been about 2 years ago. I rode across the Tehachapi's in November, because it was for Thanksgiving. I went to see my daughter. She lives in Kingman, and so I just jumped on my. That's a good story. I'll tell you the story. Let me know if you get tired of hearing stories, because I have a bunch of them. He's somewhere close to 80. So I'd been drinking a lot of beverages because I was going through grief and stuff, and I parked my bike behind the truck, And then I came the other way through the driveway and I was going to get some parts and I jumped in my pickup and you couldn't see the bike behind it. I get in the truck and I go to back up and I feel this like that. I'm like, what the hell was that? I look in the mirror. I can see the bike going like this. I'm like, oh, I just backed into the bike. I can't believe I did that. I jumped out and this is my baby. I mean, keep it washed and waxed. And I was thinking I must just hit the front tire because it didn't fall over. So I run back there, man. I'll show you guys. I'll get the fender where you can see it next time we have it live. It's just mangled, man. Mangled the front fender. It didn't bend nothing. It just mangled the front fender like an aluminum can. And I was supposed to go to Arizona like 2 days. There's no way I'm going to get another fender for that thing. And I'm like, you know what? I'm taking it off. My uncles, man, they never had a motorcycle that had a front fender on it. So I got my wrenches out. I took the fender off, strapped the cables to the forks, and I headed to Arizona with no front fender. Look into it when he used to work at a Harley shop, and that's where he did it sometime. Yeah, really? I thought about wrenching on bikes because I really enjoy it, and I have a lot of experience with automotive. I think I could do that. How are you? I learned a new skill today. Yeah, whatever, dude. Be careful what you say on here, because I kick people out. I'm gonna do stupid comments. A motorbike. Yeah, we all did that. As a kid, we used to do that. A balloon sounds pretty cool too. We used to do that on our bikes. Put cards in the spokes or a balloon, a blowed up balloon. I think no front fender, no rain is. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was worried about. I was like, man, if it starts raining, I'm gonna be in trouble. But I have a front windshield on it, but still. Yeah, I got some ears on me, for sure. They hear well. Do you ride? Absolutely. I ride as much as I can. Right now, so I had 3 bikes. I just sold my Road King. So I had a Road King, I had an Electric Glide, and now I just bought the coolest bike. I'm gonna have to do a live on that bike. It's so freaking cool. Hear the hair going on top of his head. Okay. You gotta be careful with your comments, man, because this isn't about just, let me tell you something about rude comments. If I was in public, you wouldn't come up and talk crap to me. I'll guarantee you that, okay? So be careful with your little comments. I just looked at an electric today. I looked at an electric, it was a little dirt bike thing. It looked cool. If I was moving around on my motorhome, I have an electric bike made by Rad Power Bikes. They get like a 60-mile range. We use them when we go over on the coast and stuff, because we'll go over there early before you can get checked into your room, and then we'll get on the bikes and ride all the way down the coastline. And then by the time we get back, the rooms are open and we can check in. So the bikes are nice. Let's see. Yeah, I was a little worried when I went on that trip that it was going to rain and I didn't have a front fender on it. But I went across the Tehachapi's in November. Yeah, by myself at night. I was just like, I'm going. And I was getting a slack from my neighbors and stuff. They're like, you have no, I'm like, you know what? They go, and then they said, you're not a young 25-year-old kid no more. I said, exactly why I'm going to do it. That's exactly why I want to do it. Because I still can, and I'm going to do it. And I went to, I rode across the Tehachapi's, and I don't know if you guys ever been across the Tehachapi's, but they get a lot of snow there. It's pretty common. They shut down the pass. Man, I went to Arizona across the Tehachapi's in November and back. And it was cold coming back, but I didn't hit no snow or nothing, so I was pretty lucky. What up, Big Dog? Chinano. My grandson had a heap of old Trumpies and Honda bikes. Tramps used to be really popular. My uncles used to build Tramps when I was a kid. Triumphs. You still like the FXDB Street Bobs? Yeah, some of the older bikes. You know, one bike I really like is that I think it's called a 49 or something like that. It's a little like it's a newer Harley, but it looks like an old bobber, and it's got real fat wheels on it. It's pretty cool. I think it's called a 49. I thought about looking into one of those. And then I just bought a freaking nice bike, man. I paid for almost nothing for this thing. I bought a 83, no, I'm gonna get this right, 84 first year Evolution motor. So it's the very first year of the Evolution motor. It had it had the exhaust from the I don't know why I can't think tonight, but I have a hard time. It had the exhaust from the prior motor. It wasn't the oh, it's a shovel head. That's what I'm trying to think. It had shovel head exhaust on it. Because in 83 was all the shovel heads, and in 84 was the first year Evolution. So they used the shovel head exhaust on the new Evolution. So anyway, but it's a first year, first generation Evolution ever built. And it has 36,000 original miles on it. It's freaking nice. Yeah, I have an Evo with a stage 2 gets approximately 75 horsepower. Okay. Yeah, that's probably about right. That bike will get it, man. You know, and it's a full it has a full frame like a touring frame. You can load that bike up. I mean, you can put 2 people, and I've done it. Rode 2 up with a tea bag on the back, two helmets, clothes, shit hooked to the front. I mean, that thing will haul some weight. Really reliable, Maggot, for sure. It's the 48. You're right. It's the 48. I seen one of those that was black and it was all blacked out with all the emblems off it. It looked nice. I like the style of that old style. Watching from New York. Hey, let's mass debate. How's it going? Welcome to the live. I love the old Fat Boy Harleys from the late 90s. Yep, me too. From 90s up to about 99. Probably the best one you can buy right now if you want to put some horsepower in something that's an Evo is look for a 98 or 99. They're really solid. You can pump them. If you try to put too much power into the early ones, like the 91s, they'll pull the heads. They'll pull the head bolts out. It'll push the head right off. But the 98s and 9s, I don't know what it is. I think the threads are deeper in the jugs or something, and they'll hold together. You can put some serious horsepower on one of those old Fat Boys. So I got mine is a 91. That electric glide's a 91, and I love that bike. And that's what I plan on doing with that bike. So I bought that electric the 84, the first year Evolution, because I want to ride it, and I'm gonna tear down my electric glide and rebuild it this winter. I hope if I can put enough money together. Shovel heads on the pan head. Yeah, pan shovel. I remember those. You still see them around. People are still building them. I always wanted a bike, but never trusted myself. Well, you just you gotta respect them. You know, you don't kill you if you know it's hair. You gotta pay attention. That's for sure. GS Harp 1776. Welcome to live. Hey, if you guys aren't subscribed, hit the subscribe. Gave you a sub. You seem chill. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. We appreciate that. You have a good night. I'll look you up later. Be safe. Army 82nd. Hey, have a good night. Hang in there. Like I said, man, everything's going to be good. I promise. It's just going to take some time. Yeah. That's a chill dude right there. That Army 82nd. A retired. Good dude. Seems like it. He's going through some stuff right now. I stroked an 88 out to 103 with gems, rods, and crankshaft and Elbrock heads. An 88. So that's the twin cam, right? The twin cam motor, the 88. I'm not a fan of anything with a computer on it anymore. And I've done computer controls my whole career. On the bikes, I don't want anything newer than 99. After 99, they got rid of all the carbureted bikes. They went to fuel injection. And in my opinion, I just don't like them. I want to be able to work on it. I like to wrench on my own stuff, and I don't, if I gotta take it to the dealership every time I do one little thing to it and have the computer all remapped and all that, it's not me, man. And you can't go wrong with the Evolution. They never built a better motor than the Evolution. The one I have now is 150, has 115,000 miles on it. And I flog that thing. I don't baby that thing, man. It gets flogged a lot. And the only reason it's down right now is because I finally burnt the clutch up in it. 115,000 original clutch. So anyway, I got an updated clutch for it, but years ago, there's a spring inside the transmission on the 5-speeds, and it's a return spring. So when you go down, it brings it back to center, and it broke that spring. And we were gonna go to we were heading to Wyoming. I was like, man, you know what it takes to get that spring out of there? I gotta tear the whole transmission down. It's the first thing in, the last thing out. So I was like, so I opened the case up and I got a magnet and I fished the piece out so it wouldn't get caught between the gears. And I've been riding it like that forever. So you got to pull it up in between gears, you know. Every time you shift, you got to pull it back up. And I want to fix that. So I'm going to pull that transmission out. And while I do the clutch, and I got a guy in Colorado, you can look him up online. His name's Dragon Man. He does nothing but Harley stuff from '99 back to the knuckleheads. But he'll do a complete Evo motor, and that's include shaving the flywheel down, take 4 or 5 pounds off. I think it's 4 pounds off the flywheel where they rev up faster, for $1,800. I can't do the work for what he can build it for. So I think I'm gonna take. I gotta put some tires and do a few little things on the on that 83, and I'm gonna ride that thing, and then I'm gonna take my motor and tranny to that guy and have him rebuild both of them. What are your thoughts on Victory? Give me a second. Hey, you have a. Oh, you can't later be safe. Okay, buddy. I struck. What are your thoughts about Victory? You know what I think about Victories? I think they have really good styling. If you look them over, they're like a closest thing you can come to a custom bike without buying a custom bike. I like the way the seats wrap around the tanks. They look nice. If you didn't know what they were, you would swear that that's a custom bike that somebody built. Very well done. I don't know about the motors because I'm not familiar with the motors. Do you know if they're running? What are they running in those Victories? Are they Victory motors? A twin cam, but it also steel carbureted. Yeah, I'm just not a fan. I mean, I don't bog anybody that wants to have one, but for me, the twin cams just seem like they just had a lot of problems with the tensioners and all kinds of stuff. And then as long as it's carbureted, I'd probably be okay with it because I can do the other stuff. But once 2000 and newer, they're all computer controlled. So you change the exhaust and you got to take it to the dealer. And they charge you $200 to hook up a scanner and load a file. That ain't my kind of wrenching. I want to wrench with gears and grease and oil and all that good stuff. Let me see what this guy says. My first 17 was a Z250. You really still have it. Maggot, you still have it? That's freaking awesome, man. My first bike was a Honda CL350 Scrambler. Well, that's the first one I could put on the road. I had a 350 Enduro. That was my first bike. A Z250. Man, that's great that you still have it. Yeah, Victory Motors made by Polaris. More out there about them, according to some guys in my shop. They seem to be okay. Well, you know what? Polaris makes a good product. I was going to work for a guy. I worked for him for a couple days on. I was going to start working on the side-by-sides. There's good money in those. People ready to spend money on those side-by-sides. But the Polarises were pretty popular in the side-by-sides. But I don't know if you guys ever had a side-by-side or know anybody has one. They're maintenance hogs, man. You have to do so much maintenance on them. They got these covers on them, and you got to take them off and blow all the stuff out from the clutches. So but they're kind of easy to work on. I mean, you can take the motor out and change it in a couple hours. So there's good money if you're into wrenching, learn those side by sides. You can make good money working on those. And I always thought it'd be easier than working on big trucks and cars. I mean, they're so easy to work on. You don't even need a rack. They set up so high, you can get underneath them. You can do anything you need to them. I thought about opening a shop and just do side by side stuff because that guy, he hired me to do like put all these we're doing. I'm trying to think of Rockford Fosgate. We're doing stereo systems in them. So he hired me to do all the electrical stuff on them. It just didn't work out. It was too far away from my house, and he had kind of like his shop wasn't set up. You know, they didn't have, they were up in the mountains kind of, and so it wasn't set up very good. Can I buy one of your bikes? Louis Cipher. Where are you from? Louis Cipher. I wouldn't sell one of the two that I have. The one I have, my wife bought me, so it means a lot to me. I'm going to rebuild it. And that Evolution one that I just bought, I don't know what I'd have to get for that thing to sell it. I'm thinking right now it's worth 10 grand. Just because it's so rare. So I don't know, look it up and check it out. Like the first year Evolution, they're chain drive. They got a big boot that goes around the chain. It's a really neat bike. It's like the first year Evolution. And it fires, man, like that. And it runs like a kitten, man. It runs like a sewing machine. For sure. I agree. Yeah. You know, maybe if we can do these lives and we get enough guys that ride, we can put a ride together. I'd do that for sure. St. Louis, Missouri boy. Yeah. Be fun to do a go big ride. Come up with some kind of a, you know, something to donate the money to or something. Maybe cancer awareness. That'd be a good one. I lost my mom and my wife from cancer. I lost my mom when I was 25, and I lost my wife 2 years ago. Yeah. Looking at a hammer, been bored out of my previous owner. Accelerates like a 600 sport bike. It's awesome. What is a hammer? I don't even know what that is, man. What state? I'm in California. I almost hate to say that anymore. California is so ridiculous anymore. Maggot. Hey, you know what? You know what's on my bucket list? You may think I'm crazy. I've always wanted to ride across Australia. I always wanted to take my Harley and just take a whole year and try to ride across Australia. I don't know what that would be like, but it just sounds like something I've always wanted to do. I don't know why. I know it's pretty dry. It's like a desert, right? That's rough. Yeah, it was rough. You look like a biker, maybe a Harley Davidson. My condolences. Yeah, I ride Harleys. I got a couple, but I don't bog nobody that has a, you know, if you're riding, you're riding. Wind's in your hair, it doesn't matter what you're on. I used to ride Hondas before I got my Harley. But Harleys are just different. They're like an old tractor, man. They're a machine. Once you've been on a Honda and like a Suzuki, get on a Harley, it's just different. It's just so much more like I tell people like that ride the newer bikes, I'm like, get on an old Evo, man. It's like sitting on the barrel of a 50 caliber machine gun, man. You can feel it. You know, it's different, man. It's just different. What was a Yamaha 110, then a Honda CR80, then the 250, then 500. I also have an old Husqvarna and a Yamaha 600 and 500. I still have the last three. That's freaking awesome that you hung on to those things. When I was a kid, I just learned how to ride dirt bikes. My buddy's brother had a TT 500, and we were like, God, dude, we were like 12 years old. And that TT 500, it was so tall we couldn't get on it. So what we'd do, we'd roll it up to the side of the house, and he would hold it, and I'd climb up on it and get it fired up. And we was riding a TT 500 when we were like 12 years old. Our parents should have had their heads examined, man. It's a wonder we didn't kill ourselves on that thing. Do I have to ask your permission to EAR motorcycle? To EAR motorcycle jacket? What are you talking about? Dave Odd. Am I allowed to pass you on my motorcycle? Absolutely. I don't care. There's a lot of people that get, yeah, the Evos, man. There's no better reliable motor than that. I've seen them when they probably shouldn't even run and they stay running. Norton. Yeah, the Nortons are nice. One of the instructors where I went to school at, um, he rebuilt an old Norton, and it was friggin' nice. It had the license plate on the fender in the front. They're British, aren't they? Yeah, I like telling the stories. I got a lot of stories, man. Some people that are around me, they're like, "Man, you got a story for everything." I said, "I got a lot of life experience. I've done a lot of crap in my life. I'm 61 years old, man. It's a wonder there's two, there's, if it wasn't for my kids, I always said, hey, you guys did something for me. I always figured I would either be rich, dead, or in prison. So having kids slowed me down, man. Engineer Web3 project, or Google, whatever that is. Paradise Shift. What is that about? University Engineering Web3 project. PI network. Google Mind, PI. What is that about? Yeah, I like telling the stories. I got a lot of great stories about out riding and stuff. For a bunch of guys that don't like rules, you guys have a lot of rules. South Park was right. What do you mean, you guys? Like bikers or like one percenters? One percenters have a certain set of rules because that's what they live by. Me too, it's a wonder why I'm not dead already. Yeah, I can think about some situations I've been in that I was like, man, God watches over fools. That's a fact. I'm 61, man. I'll still ride. My back's thrashed, man, because I've been doing automotive work for 40 years. But you know what? I do it anyway. My girl gets upset. She goes, "You shouldn't be doing that. Your back's." I'm like, you know what? I can be in pain doing nothing, or I can be in pain riding my bike. You know. And I've told my kids that if something happens to me on this bike, I went with a smile on my face, and I'm okay with that. And you guys need to realize that I was doing something I love to do, and I'd rather do that than be sitting in a hospital having some doctor stick some needle in the side of my head or something. I'm not dead. I've definitely pushed the envelope. Hey, Dale, Usury, how's it going? Welcome to the live. We're sitting here shooting a bull about motorcycle riding. I was gonna try to sell you guys some tools tonight. Every time I try to sell tools, it turns into this. We're just sitting here talking about hot rods and motorcycles. But that's a universal language, man. The universal language is horsepower. People that breathe and live horsepower, it never leaves you, man. I don't care how old you get. Today's my birthday. I turned 61 today. I got up this morning at like 1 o'clock and started doing content for the Go Big channel, and then I did a live this morning, like early this morning. I said, I'm 56, concrete. I'm usually numb by the time I get home from a ride. Concreter, yeah. I don't know, man. Riding saved my life. It really did. I mean, it was part of it. And it's still, I won't give that up because it's my freedom, man. It's my, and I tell people, you don't understand until you've done it, because a lot of people don't understand. You don't understand until you get on your bike. I don't care what kind of bike you have. Get on your bike, go ride solo across the desert at night by yourself. There's nothing like that. It ain't like riding a car, man. It's different. She thinking I was in a 20-car pileup when I was 28. Had she pain back and neck pain, but I'll never give up. Good for you, man, for sure. I've had like so many MRIs, and the doctor told me you shouldn't be working, but you know what? Screw you. How am I gonna pay my bills, man? I still have to live. I had a doctor tell me 10 years ago, he goes, you need to just retire. I said, well, why don't you write me a check so I can pay off my house, and I'll do that. Till then, it ain't happening. So yeah, I live in pain too. That's why you guys see me up a lot real late, because I'll do these lives until 3 o'clock in the morning because I can't sleep. When I lay down, I can't sleep, man. I'm doing good if I get 4 or 5 hours of sleep at night. And that's just the way it is. I just accept it. I don't care. I got a saying, man, keep the old man out. Don't fall into that, oh, I can't do it, I'm old, no. Do it anyway. Do it hard, do it scared, do it whatever. Yeah, that sucks, the car wreck though. But by the grace of God, you're here, you know? And I'm not a, I don't preach to people, but on the road and the freedom of a bike, I'll never give that up either. Yeah, me neither, man. Yeah, I know. I feel the same way. I'm like, I'm not giving it up until I can't walk out there and get on it. And hopefully I won't make it to that point. I don't want to be in that situation. I'm not giving up my freedom in life. That's part of it. And no, people that don't ride, they don't understand. You don't have to ride with a group. I've done that, but it's like herding cats, man. You ever rode? I went on a ride from here to Tombstone, Arizona, like 10 years ago with a group of about 100 guys. What a pain in the butt. It's like herding cats, man. You pull in to get fuel. You know how long it takes to fuel 100 bikes? And then you go in to get something to eat. Everybody goes in, you're trying to get fed. There's people leaving. You're still in line trying to get your food. It's a mess. I'd rather just ride with 2 or 3 good, solid dudes. And I don't like people riding next to me because I don't know if they know how to ride or not. I don't want some guy riding up side of me that don't know how to ride. I like to open around, blah, blah, blah. Are you a bike rider? Yeah, I ride motorcycles. There's a difference between a 1%er and somebody that's a motorcycle enthusiast. And you can love Harleys and you can love riding. And you can live by a set of rules, not rules, but just beliefs, and not have to be with a group of bikers. You can just be who you are. Bit of trouble walking, couple of failed operations, but on my bike, I'm 27 again. Yeah, for sure, huh? Yep, I feel the same way. Sometimes I've thought about getting me some progressive rear shocks on my electric bike. 'Cause sometimes when I hit those really hard potholes, man, I feel it. It's like somebody shoved a screwdriver in my spine. Always ride staggered anyway, because if you don't, you have to trust the incoming traffic drivers. Never mind the guy beside you. I know. And I've been in a couple big groups when the guy went down, and they'll take out 8 guys. One person goes down, you got eight guys laying in the road. I agree. Yeah, I got a couple friends that I trust 100%. And if they want to ride up alongside of me going 90, I trust them. But I'm not going to let some guy do that I met at the gas station and I don't even know who he is. So I'm not going to do that. I ever spoke to a biker rider. Are you like a cult? I'm just asking. No, what do you mean a cult? You see guys that are on Harleys, that doesn't mean they're gang members. It just means that they like to ride motorcycles and they live by a different set of rules than you do. That's all. Pain sucks and I've dealt with it all my life, sad to say, but Phil saved my life and let me ride until 2 years ago. Yeah, we talked about that the other night, about the pain stuff, because those, they're not good. They had me on that for a while and I just told them, get me off this stuff, I don't want to be on it. Black and green are the colors of the Vagos. Yeah, they are. It doesn't mean I'm a Vagos. It means that I like a black hat with green letters on it. This is Go Big. Go Big Garage, baby. Go look at our thing on our I know who the Vagos are. I know a couple of Vagos. Yeah, it doesn't mean I am one. You gotta be willing to live the lifestyle to be a part of a group like that. Nice color, thanks. Who's gay? I hate it when people say that stuff. It just pisses me off. Yeah, hard to live that way. I'm going to have a 3rd major back surgery soon. That sucks, man. They wanted to do surgery on me, and I was just like, no, everybody I know that had back surgery are in worse shape than when they started. So I've been really reluctant. I got some disc and stuff going on, but whatever. David Koresh. Why do people say that? You know what? Here's the deal. You guys talk about bikers and what's going on. And this guy comes out and says, gay. Would you say that to me in my face in a gas station? I bet you would not say that to me in my face. I guarantee it. I got to get some moderators. You guys get my blood pressure going. It's hard to live that way. I'm going to have a third major back surgery soon. Yeah. I need back surgery. I have a slip disc. You're protecting it on others. Thanks for that. Thanks for saying that. I'll mod for you. Hey, if you're really serious about it, I'll have you do that. Yeah, when you see me go live, if you come on here, I'll just make you a mod. I've been needing to do that, and it's just like, you know. The other thing I want to do is I want to get like a group of like 4 or 5 guys that really know their crap when it comes to automotive and motorcycles, and eventually we're gonna switch over to hey, thanks for that, you guys. I really appreciate that because I'm gonna need that. I think these guys irritate the crap out of me. I try not to let them, but I hate keyboard pirates. I had a guy the other night. He was going to town. I said, you know what, man? I said, hey, thanks for the 100. Appreciate that. I I told a guy the other night. I said, you know what? I said, hey, I appreciate you guys sending that stuff. It helps us out. We actually do stuff, cool stuff with that for like buying tools and stuff. I had a guy on here the other night, and he was just talking crap, and I seen him doing it. I could have kicked him out, and I told him, I said, you know what? I said, you're just a keyboard pirate. I said, if you right now was standing in front of me, you would not say what you're saying. I'll guarantee it. If you did, we'd box, and then we would see. I'll mod for you. I will if I can. I'm not on all the time. All right, hey, if I'm on here, you guys just hit me up. We'll start a mod thing. What ruined Ozzy Osbourne had a back for? Yep. He got infected from the hospital. Yep. Infection what killed my wife. She had pancreatic cancer, and then she got an infection, and then she went septic, and then the hospital gave her not MRSA but staph. She died from a staph infection at the hospital in 6 days. Hey Maggie, how does that work out for you? Because I've thought about doing the hanging thing with a set of hooks because it takes the pressure off your. I've used one of those like big balls you can lay on, and that kind of helps because it kind of opens your spine up. Much love, brother, from Upland. Upland. I'm thinking, is that Upland? Is that like between just outside of Sacramento, kind of going towards the coast that way? Upland. Yeah, probably so. With the Harley thing, I wouldn't doubt. They're trying to create a new market. They gave the middle finger to the old timers like us, building all these bikes that you got to bring in and have a computer hooked up to them. And yeah, thanks for saying that, Easy Money. I appreciate hearing that. It keeps me going. Share it out and smash likes. Thanks. Yeah, Upland. I'm trying to think where it is in California though. Upland, is that Southern Cal or is it like down in the Central Valley there? I was thinking it was Central Valley. Upland. Or is that more towards like San Bernardino area? It's familiar to me. I lived in Southern California as a kid. I was raised in Riverside. It was Orange County area. Yeah. I live about 60 miles north of Sacramento now. I've lived here for like 35 years. Actually, longer than that, 40. Hey, thanks for sharing it out and smashing the likes. I've been looking for a car all over Sacramento. Easy Money, what are you looking for? I'm always finding stuff. I look for stuff all the time. You're just looking for, what are you looking for in a car? Classic cars. Yeah. You know what I think is a good deal? I took fourth in the state in Utah in mechanics in '95. I can tell anyone inclined to know about any. I've talked people through transformations and all sorts of stuff. Hey, that's pretty cool. You know what? Let me put you on my list, man. I'm looking for people that kind of know what the heck they're talking about. You know, you can usually tell when you talk to somebody if they're full of bull or not, especially if you know what you're doing. J.S. Harp, 1776. Well, I was gonna say, what I want to do with the lives, I want to switch over to StreamYard, and with StreamYard, we can bring people like 3 or 4 people in. We can have guests and all that. That's pretty cool. You got the fourth in the state. That's pretty awesome. But it's I gotta plug this thing back in. It's gonna go dead on me. What I want to do is switch over to stream. Why do people say, "Are you gay?" all the time? Are you freaking? I'm trying not to cuss right now. Yeah. I don't want to talk to that guy. I'm going to say bad words on here and get kicked out of here. Okay. So what I want to do, we're going to try to switch over to StreamYard. And the reason why we're doing it the way we are now on the phone is because YouTube only pumps this out to the shorts feeds on the vertical. So when we go horizontal and we go to StreamYard, we won't get that anymore. So we're trying to get enough subscriptions so when we go live, we get enough people in the room. So that's why we're doing this right now. But once we switch over to StreamYard, I'd like to have guys like you on here, JS Harp, and have some discussion. Because that's great when you get 2 or 3 people that kind of really know what they're doing, and you get somebody that calls in. We're going to do question and answer where people can call in and say, "Hey, I got this car. It makes a funny noise when I turn right," or whatever, and we can talk them through it. Easy money, 64 Impala Camaros, 64 Impala SS. That's going to be a tough one to find, unless you want one that's already done. It's hard to find them that they're not done yet. For sure, that's going to be a tough one. I'll tell you what is a gold mine when it comes to hot rods. Go check out Arizona, man. You like Kingman area. You drive through there, you see all kinds of stuff, and they're in good shape because they don't get it's dry down there, so you don't get all the rustiness that you see in a lot of other states. Arizona's a gold mine for hot rod stuff. Yeah. Anybody that would pay $50,000 for a touring bike's crazy. I just bought a beautiful Harley for $2,600, and I'm not kidding you when I say beautiful. This thing is amazing. First year evolution, 36,000 original miles on it, perfect paint and chrome. I would never pay that for a bike. I got the one-hand jam going on. Okay, dude. Bye-bye. Whatever, man. It's just weird to me. It's just odd. I don't know. Maybe I should get a hat that says, "I'm not gay," or "I'm straight," or something. Oh, you do? What's your channel? I'll come check you out. Jazz Harp, what's your channel? How's it going with the YouTube thing? Man, I've been grinding away. I have an old 66 Buick Scott Sports Coupe 300. Want to put a little money in and sell it. Easy money, that's a good one to put a little money into. 300 straight. a 300 straight six, right? Buick. So that's a GM motor. Skylark's a pretty decent little car. And I tell people all the time, man, get you an old car and put some money into it. Why keep buying these new things that are 80 grand and you drive them off the lot and they're worth 60? And within 10 years, they're only worth like 25. It's crazy. I just don't understand. You know, you can buy an old Chevy pickup. I told that to my grandson. He's wanting to buy something new. I said, you know what? Go buy an old Chevy pickup. If you can afford an $800 a month payment, you can afford $800 a month to put into that truck. And after a year, you're going to have the baddest truck on the road instead of that same truck that everybody else owns. Cheap after he came back from the Iraq War. Really? The Impalas are nice. I just seen, well, the other day what I seen, they're around, so you can kind of pick them. You got to look for them, but if you find one, you can pick them up. Is the Biscayne. It looks just like an Impala, but they cheap. I don't know if they're cheaper now. People may have picked up on them now that they're kind of same kind of thing for a cheaper price. But the Biscayne looks identical to an Impala. I just seen one at the car show. I'll comment on your short or something. Yeah, appreciate that for sure. And then I can go check out your channel and I'll shout you out for sure. Is JS Harp 7. Rainy Girl 65. 4 liter straight 6. 4 liter straight 6 in a Jeep 4.0. In like a Wrangler or something. If you're talking about the 4 liter, yep, good motor, bulletproof, go forever. They're a great motor. And those little YJ or YK, Humble, how you doing, man? Welcome to the live. Rainy Girl 65. Those little, I think they're called YJ or YK models. Man, they've gotten popular. I remember you could buy those for $500. And now, man, you can't even buy a hood off one for $500. I wouldn't mind having one. They're a great little 4-wheel drive. They really are. You can jack them up and you can do a lot of mods on them and stuff. They're great. Yep, they're a great rig. I'll tell you another one that people overlook is that Nissan Pathfinder. That's a go-getting little thing, man. And they last forever too. And they are great 4-wheel drive. Hey, JS Hart, for sure, man. Comment on the one of the things. And for the guys that are here that want to promote the channel, if you go down and just click on one of the links for one of the tools we have in there, it just opens up a 30-day window for us. So if you spend money on Amazon in the next 30 days, we get a little kicker on it. Go anywhere. Yes, with a supercharger. Oh, really? 4 liter with a supercharger? Frickin' A, that's cool. I'd like to see a picture of that. A 4.0 with a supercharger. Easy Mind, it has a Muncie M22, a badass 4-cylinder small block. Not the real engine or transmission. That's freaking cool, man. Humble, love the rainbow. Looks like my MC colors, plus you ride. Mundo Verde. Hey, Humble, you with the Vagos? 2 taillight, Biscayne, 3 taillight, and Impala SS. Yeah. Okay, 2 taillight in the Biscayne. Okay, I see the difference. So that's the same thing as the Comet and the Maverick. So I used to buy the... Okay, good job, man. I met a couple of you guys on the road one time. I got invited to a couple of one of your parties one time. A couple guys were broke down on the side of the road. I looked like a banker pulling over, but I pulled over because I always pull over. I see bikers broke down, I'll pull over and see if I can help them. And there was 2 Vagos on the side of the road, and they were old guys, man. They were like old school guys. Had these kind of rat-looking bikes, man. You know, they weren't like new, and they were 2 Vagos. And I was in Arizona. I think it was Arizona, and I seen them. They were pulled over the side of the road, and it was raining. So I pulled over and I go, "Hey, you guys need some help?" And I'm in my Toyota Camry. I look like a banker, you know. So I go, and the guy looks at me. He's looking me up and down, you know. And I was like, and I had my like I look like a tourist, you know. And I said, "No, I I couldn't bring my bike. I had to bring this. I said, but I stopped because I'm a bike. I'm like, I ride bikes and I seen you. I thought maybe you could use some help and I'm a mechanic. So maybe I can help you out. So they were fighting a problem with the ignition system on this older bike. And anyway, I helped them and I said, yeah, you need a coil. So there's two of them. So the one guy, he was going to go, man, it must have been 60 or 80 miles. He was going to go get this part in the rain. And he's got like a Levi jacket on. I mean, he's an old school dude. And I mean, a hardcore dude, man. And anyway, uh, I helped him out. And then after I was done, one of them guys, they flips me this like business card. And he goes, hey, if you're going to hang around, he goes, we're having a party. It's at this place. He goes, just go up there and hand him this card. And he goes, they'll let you in. And so it was a Vagos party. I didn't go though, because I was like, I look like freaking the cops, man. I'm dressed in like, so I didn't go. But cool dudes. I've run around with a couple of Vagos. They're good dudes. But I'm not into being in the club. I'm too old for that shit. Two taillights mixing. Yes, bro. I have a wall of Toyota Camrys from my kids. Yeah. I'm probably going to sell the M22, which has only 10,000 miles. It has a wide ratio transmission. Yeah, all the parts now, man, are money makers. So, I mean, it's crazy. You know what I just bought? And when I seen it, I was like, I went, so I seen this Ford F-250. I don't know if you guys know what an OBS is, old body style Ford. They've become really popular lately. And so it's a 92 F-250 with a 7.3 diesel two-wheel drive super cab, not a crew cab. And the guy had it for sale, and I went and looked at it, and there was no batteries in it. You couldn't crank on it, and it had rat shit on it, rat crap on everything. And and I couldn't start it, and I was like, man, I gotta make a deal. The body was like perfect, man. And the interior was nice. And then it had a 7.3 in it. It's the best motor Ford ever built. And so I talked him down on price. So I bought it for $700. So I took my trailer and I pulled that thing on with this 12,000 pounds winch I had. And the back end was locked up and the truck's going sideways. I'm trying to get on the trailer. And I ripped the running boards off the thing, trying to get it up on the trailer. But anyway, those things now, so I put a set of glow plugs in it and a starter and bypassed the gas tank because it's been sitting for 10 years. And that thing fired up, man, it sounds great. And I just seen a 95 sell the other day for $15,000. It's crazy what they're getting for them now. I paid $700 for that truck. Money I am probably going to sell that. Yeah, I already read that. Yeah, but those M22s, you'll sell it, no problem. People are always looking for them. Two Saginaw 4-speeds I would sell as well. They are in good shape, ready to go. Those 4-speed Saginaws, there were some money. I mean, look around. I think you can get like $800-900 a piece for those. They might have gone up since then. You're talking about the Ford. You're talking about the Ford top loaders. The Ford top loader Saginaw transmissions. People love those things. Matter of fact, I had one for my Comet and I sold it. I should have held on to it. I was going to put a 4-speed in the Comet. And the Comet, that's a pretty cool thing about the Maverick and the Comet. The Comets, they look just like a Maverick. Okay, bye-bye. You don't get to do that here. Right on. Thank you for doing that, my friend. What goes around comes around. What you did will always be remembered. That was showing love and respect. Thank you again for that. I'm from Sacramento. Really, Sac? I'm not far from there. I'm just outside of Chico. I don't tell everybody what I'm from because you never know what kind of freaks are running around, come try to rip you off or something when you're not home, you know? So anyway, yeah, I got a couple Harleys. I just sold my Road King. I had a Road King and I bought it to ride. I was gonna ride it out to Sturgis this year. And because my other bike, I had it kind of part way tore down. I got a good deal on it. And it had that Morelli fuel injection on it. So it was running crappy, but I'm a technician, so I worked on it, and the TPS was out of adjustment, so I adjusted that, and it ran great. And I went and rode it, but I just didn't like those beach bars on it, because I'm used to riding with my hands up high, when I'm riding, and those beach bars just felt like it just felt unstable to me, like going through the corners and stuff. It just didn't feel right. So I sold that Road King, and but now I got a 91 electric glide that I've had forever with an Evo motor in it. And then I just bought an 83 first generation electric Evolution with 36,000 miles on it. It's a freaking beautiful bike, man. Yeah, I try to help people when I can. And for those people, that are watching, they're always thinking about, oh, these bikers are this and that. No, they're not, man. Most of them are good dudes. They want respect, like you guys that are talking crap on here, and saying stuff, that don't go down, man. They don't play that. And so, when people demand respect, you think that they're hardcore or whatever you want to think about it, but they live by a set of rules, and that's fine with me. You know what? That's the way life should be. Welcome to the lives, guys. Appreciate you hanging out tonight. So if you guys are looking for tools, that's kind of what we were. Owen Lau, what's up, dude? What's up with you? Hi, how you doing? That's a problem with a chopper, but I'm used to it. Yeah. Most people are, there's certain people, prospects are there for a reason. They take care of business, I do a lot of concerting for clubs. I used to end up. Oh, concerting for clubs, yeah. Yeah. I thought about opening up a business and putting together a beverage truck, if you know what I mean, and paint it black, put some nice big green flames on it, and put some nice stereo on top, and then split it and put guys on one side, managing the bar, and women on the other side that are easy on the eyes, and I think you can make a fortune. And just follow around all the bike shows, like go to Sacramento, or go to Reno for Reno Vibrations, and do the Reading Bike Week, and then go do Daytona. I think you could make a ton of money doing that. Do a lot of concerting for clubs. Yeah, it's funny, if you guys are looking for stuff that's on Prime, there's links below. Just click on them. If you buy something or not, it helps us out. Doesn't matter if you buy it or not. Anyway, Street Vibrations, yeah. Street Vibes is what they call it now. It's a pretty good one. It's not far from my house. We usually ride up to Feather River Canyon to go to that one. It's only 156 miles up the canyon from my house. And I loved riding that Feather River Canyon, man. I wish I had a buck for every time I rode that canyon. Give me a second. I gotta get in this more comfortable chair because today was my birthday, man. It's the first time I didn't go out and party on my birthday. We called it an early night tonight. I don't know why. My girl had to go to work in the morning. Really, actually, what time is it? So she'll be getting up in about an hour. She works weird hours, man. Street Vibes. What tools do you sell? I live in Nevada. So we just do the plan is I have a website, gobigtools.com, but we haven't launched it yet. But we're hoping that we can, I got some things I'm working on. But right now we're just doing affiliates with Amazon. So, but there's some good stuff on Amazon right now. Like those battery jumpers, those battery jumpers from Noco, they're on sale for like $79. I've never seen them that low. They're usually like $125. So on Amazon days right now, they're on sale. And I really love Noco products like this. And I try not to just keep going on and on about tools, but when people ask me, I'll tell them. Because I don't want to make the live about me trying to sell something all the time. I like to talk about motorcycles and shit, I miss riding. I got to get out and do some riding. I didn't do hardly any riding this year. So these are great, man. 23 bucks. It's a 1 amp automatic battery charger. It'll do lead acid, it'll do AGM and lithium and 6 volt, and they'll come up to charge. And then once they come up to charge, they go into a maintenance mode. So like if you have a motorcycle that sits all winter long, you plug this in, hook up these leads, and you're done. Just leave it that way all winter long. And come springtime, you won't have to go out there and buy a new battery. Because what happens with batteries is they get sulfated by allowing them the voltage to go down real low. As soon as you let them go dead, they start to sulfate. And what causes that is it gets like sulfation built up on the plates, and then it can't take a charge or keep a charge. So these are usually like 30 bucks, but they're on sale right now through Amazon for $23. So there's a link in the description if you're thinking about it. And they have super good leads, man. They're well built. They got these like copper. This is all copper, and even where the leads go on, even the hardware is a copper screw. And these are nice because you can, if you ruin one of these, your dog chews the end off of it, you can get a new one of these without having to replace the whole thing. And they're just really well engineered, really good engineering. They're made in like Vietnam or something, but they're good quality product. NOCO is probably one of the best battery manufacturers going right now. I like my guns. Yeah, I try not to talk about that on here because people get, YouTube and TikTok, man, they'll shut you down for the stupidest stuff like that. Need that for my diesel truck. Yeah, you know what? If you don't drive it all the time, like you let it sit a lot, those are great. They're 23 bucks. Like I said, you can go right here, click the link, it takes you to Amazon. It doesn't cost you any more than if you bought it straight from Amazon. We just make like $1 on them or something like that. Anyway, I tell you, if you want a really good charger, is this one. This is the one. I just got this thing about 3 months ago. It's a 10 amp NOCO, and NOCO makes good products, man. What I like about this one, it fits in my toolbox real well. And it has a repair mode. That's why I bought this one. One of my buddies told me about this, and I said, you know what, I'm gonna go check it out. So they went on sale, so I bought this one for $85, and I think these are at $79 right now on sale in the links down there. But what they do is like, if you have a battery that's set for a year and it's like flat, what happens, like I said, the sulfation starts right away. When you let a battery go to 0, it starts to sulfate. And what can happen is this thing, I did it on my motorhome battery. My motorhome batteries are 150 bucks a piece, and those are cheap batteries because they're just lead acids. So 300 bucks, they were dead, and I tried to charge them with my regular charger. They wouldn't charge up. And so I wanted to update my charger. Go check out on my video. I killed my other charger with a sledgehammer on the video. Anyway, I bought this one. And what's cool about this, you can put this in what they call a repair mode. So if you have one of those that won't charge, or it charges and it won't keep a charge because it's sulfated, you put it on that repair mode and it blasts it with current for like 2 to 8 hours. And what it does, it knocks the sulfation off the plates. And then after it does that, it charges it up. I saved 2 of my motorhome batteries with it already. So I saved 300 bucks by buying this $85 charger. So if you're looking to upgrade your charger, man, and I'm not pushing this because I make money, I'm pushing it because I believe it's a good product. And we have some of these at my job where I work, and they work great. They work really good. And they have that jumper pack right now. You know, you hook up, like if you just want to jump start something. I've never seen them that cheap. They're usually at $125, and they're like $79 or $89 now. Let me see what they are. I'll give you the right price. Yeah, they're 79 bucks for the and I can show you it too if you want to see it. I try not to just do this, but you know, when somebody asks me, I'll do it that way because I got this all set up so you can, and I'll get let me look at the comments too. I don't want to forget the comments. But that's the booster pack, and they're 79 bucks right now. They ain't gonna last. They'll run out of these fast. I've never seen them this cheap. So they'll do 1,000 amps, and we have 2 or 3 of these at the place where I work, and we have nothing but diesel trucks, a fleet of diesel trucks, and we use them on these all the time. So links are down there if you want to look at something like that. Let me see what for my diesel truck. Me and a few of my friends have I do lives with guns. I haven't done much yet, but my friend Worldwide has a channel. He should send me. Oh, really? Yeah, I seen a guy. I was doing a video this morning. I seen a guy that has like a he does that kind of stuff, like reviews on knives and guns and that kind of stuff. He had crazy views, man. It was like millions. I was shocked. He did like a Amazon Prime video, and he got like 150,000 views in like 8 hours. So yeah, that's a pretty popular niche right now. But man, you got to be careful with that stuff. I don't know what it is. You almost can't even say it anymore. You know, like TikTok's bad. I've been trying to do the TikTok thing, but man, it's a pain. You can't do certain. You can't even drink something like this on TikTok. You can be banned for drinking. Just having this is coffee. So just on there, you have to drink and eat off camera. You can't say certain things. They'll ban your channel. So there's all kinds of weird stuff like that. I don't know what that's all about, but you can't touch them in live, but YouTube doesn't care about talking about them. I'll have to get one soon, but a minute at a time. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know. And I've known people that had like, they depend on their TikTok stuff. I mean, they make a living on it. And when they get their channels like banned, it's like getting fired from a job. They depend on that income. I took over your life. No one else is talking now. No, it's all right, man. Whatever. Yeah. No biggie. I just hang out here late at night and talk this kind of stuff and try to promote the tools the best I can. And I just did this tool thing because of the Amazon Prime Week, the Prime Days or whatever. I think it's only 2 or 3 days long. But there's a lot of revenue that you can make. I mean, you got to sell a lot of stuff, but a little bit helps. If you get somebody, what's kind of cool the way that, and a lot of people don't know this, and I'm not afraid to tell people how it works because I got nothing to hide. So the way Amazon affiliate works is like if you click on one of those links and then you decide, hey, I'm not going to buy that. But later on, like tomorrow, you decide, hey, I need a new color television, and you buy a color TV for $1,000. I get a credit for that TV, even though it wasn't on my link, because they open up a 24-hour window. So when you click on a link, and it doesn't cost the person at all anything. It doesn't cost you anything. You pay the same price if you go through my link than if you go straight to Amazon. I just get a credit for it because I'm affiliated with Amazon. And then so what happens is, let's say you go and look at this charger right now, and you go, oh, that's cool, but I don't think I'm going to buy it. Well, as soon as you click on it, it opened up a 30-day window. So let's say later on you go, you know what, man, I need a battery for the bike, and you buy a battery. Well, I get a 5% commission on that battery now. I haven't made any money on it. It's just how it works. I'm just now figuring out how to put all the links in and all that stuff. Every little bit helps, man. Yeah, it does for sure. Especially for me, man. I got myself in a bad spot by not selling. I didn't use my link instead, people. Whatever. Yeah, I kind of put myself in a bad spot. So I set myself up so if something ever happened to me, my wife was taken care of. And so I had life insurance, and I had, my retirement, all that stuff. So if something happened to me, she would be living a life of Riley, and I set it up that way. Yeah, for sure, huh? It's easy to get rid of that dude, no problem. So I set my wife up for success, and then she passed, and I didn't even think that I would outlive her because she's so damn stubborn. So when she passed, I was in a bad spot. I had to go back to work. I was retired for 5 years and I had to go back to work. And I work right now part-time, part-year. And I'm making good money, you know. And I went back for the same company that I worked at for 25 years. But, you know, this is helpful to me because if I could generate enough income with the YouTube channel and stuff, and doing my side stuff, doing, you know, custom work, I wouldn't have to work. I hate having to punch a clock, man. It drives me crazy. Yeah. We can get rid of this dude, no problem. Bye, Tika. I finally learned how to do that. I just got to be careful because the other day I threw the wrong guy off. I was like, oh man, I was the wrong guy. At this hour, you definitely don't punch a clock. You stay up all night on the internet. Yeah, I'm not working right now. This is my job. I treat this like an 8-hour job. My girl gets up at like 2 in the morning to go to work. So I do this while she's sleeping. And then when she gets up, I make her coffee and breakfast before she goes to work. And then I put in a 10-hour day on my YouTube stuff. Hey, content creating is no joke, man. It's a lot of work. You know, when you got to be the filmmaker, the idea guy, you got to do the editing, the loading. There's a lot you have to do. Oh man, here's one of those guys. What is it? What is with the weird ass green door? Okay, the weird ass green door. So before my wife passed, we had a child care facility and we were gonna move it to the house. And we had this set up like with real bright colors and stuff for the kids. That's why I don't know why it's weird ass green, but it's green. Set up until I couldn't work full time anymore. That is why I started YouTube. But I don't put too much into it yet. Hey, you know what though, man? I'm telling you, JS Harp, what's your niche right now? Oh, you told me. Yeah, you told me. Man, some of these people, I'd like to, you have no idea. You know, if they knew who I was, they would not do that. That's all I'm saying. I may be 61, but I can still box. The other guy is just sure about not having tourists in his house. That's funny. Yeah. I didn't realize it matched my hat. Usually I'm not turned this way. I'll show you guys what I got going on. I turned it this way so I could share my screen with you guys. It made it easier to set it up this way. But this is my studio. So I got a studio all set up. It's hard to see. Let me show you so you guys kind of know what I'm doing here. So I got good lighting. I got a nice camera. I set this room up just for the lives and just to do video production in. And we can get some nice lighting going and stuff. So anyway, and I did this like this tonight so I could get my screen where I could screen share with you guys. That's the reason why it's facing the door. Usually it's facing the other way. And when I'm doing these with the tools, it makes it nice because I can pull up my Amazon cart and I can just put the stuff that I think that people might be interested in, and then I can and the green door actually makes it so I can see the numbers on the screen a little better too. I just realized that today. Yeah, I like green. You know, we had a guy in here early, he was a Vagos, and I was just thinking, I wonder how many people walk up to that guy and says, hey, what's with the green hat? I doubt too many. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. I can do just about anything. Do you have Instagram? My Instagram account is the same thing. You could call me off if you want to. Yeah, I do have an Instagram. I got to check it out. I had something going on with my Instagram. I'm not sure yet. I had a weird message sent to me today about my Instagram, so I got to check it out. I might have to restart the whole thing. Everyone and subscribe. Hey, thanks for doing that, JS Harp. I appreciate you doing that. And we can promote each other's channels for sure, man. Do some collaboration. You know, maybe, like I said, I'm going to switch over to StreamYard. As soon as I get enough subscribers where we can have a good live, I'm gonna switch over to StreamYard. And StreamYard's nice because I can invite you and we can split the screen and have you on one side and me on the other, and we can talk about whatever. And we can have guests, we can interview people. So that's what I'm hoping to do with the lives, is actually do like a podcast, kind of a StreamYard, live thing. And I think people would like that. Talks like they do on the internet due to it. They're all, yeah, yeah, I agree. I had a guy the other day, man. I was just going, I've been deleting them, like, and I'm gonna get one of you guys to moderate. We'll probably do that. As soon as we get enough people that come back all the time, and I know who's gonna be here all the time, we'll get some moderators going. Yeah, don't scams, because people are doing that to get your information. Yeah, I know. So, yeah, but you can delete them, right? I mean, if you delete them, that they can't do nothing with that, right? Oh, you're talking about Amazon or uh, I'm sorry, I got so many programs in my Instagram. Talking about Instagram, yeah, it's different though, because so it said that another account, and the account name is somebody I know, and their name is on there, and I'm like, what the hell is that about? So I don't know. There was a thing with a phone. We gave a phone to a family member, and their name came up on my account today as a account sharer or some shit like that. So I got to check that out. I'm not sure what that's all about. I'll check out your Instagram though, for sure. I'll send you something. I haven't figured out the whole Instagram thing. They say you have a problem with your Instagram account. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. You know what you get a lot now too? I was doing a live the other day, and I got a message up. It said, in your live now or risk being banned. And it was just a scam. I seen that on TikTok before. People do that. And I think competitors do that. They come to your stuff and they try to get you to shut your lives down. I don't know what that's about, but yeah, I seen it on TikTok. We were doing TikTok and we got one of those, and it's like, that's just a scam. Somebody just put that on there, as a comment in the chat. I had a guy reach out to me that's a software engineer that said, hey, get a hold of me if you need any help with, stuff that you're doing. So we'll see what that's all about. But StreamYard's pretty good. Have you ever seen StreamYard? It's like it's a software for like podcast or live event. Like we could do this on StreamYard. But the problem with doing StreamYard with YouTube right now is like this right here gets fed out to the vertical shorts feed. So because of that, you get a lot of more traffic because of that. So when you switch over to a regular horizontal live, you don't get as much traction because they don't pump it out. It has to be found by people, or you have to have a lot of subscribers that are going to come hang out for the live. So once we get to that point, we're going to switch over to StreamYard. It's pretty cool. You can share your screen, like you can be online, like this screen I got up right now. I can split that and I can share the screen with the audience, or I can bring you in as a guest. Yeah, go check. You can do a free version. There's just certain things you can't do with the free version, but it's pretty good. Even the free version is pretty good. It's called StreamYard. You can set up multiple cameras. You can have dual audio. You can pull in video clips. There's a lot of stuff you can do with StreamYard. There's a couple different ones, but StreamYard, in my opinion, is probably the best one I've seen. It's not too crazy expensive to use. I got the free version right now, and I've done some streaming with StreamYard. We did a couple lives, like podcast style lives. 560 subs so far. You know what I found is the lives are great for getting subscribers compared to the videos. Like I got 100 subs this month. And you know what's crazy? I didn't turn on the monetization for about 5 of them, because when you do these lives on the phone, you have to go in and go underneath um, like the settings, advanced settings, and that's where the thing is for monetized. So I had a live the other day. We got like 4,000 views, and we didn't get any credit for it because we didn't have the monetization turned on. Yeah, it takes time. You know what? We got lucky, man. I loaded a video about vice grips and it got 280,000 views. And if that, but we weren't monetized. So all those views just basically, got us monetized. You don't get any credit for AdSense until you're monetized. So those 280,000 views. So our channel now is up to like almost a 500,000 views, but not a lot of, we got I think I've been paid like $300 from AdSense so far for a year. But keep at it, because YouTube is like a long game. You just got to be consistent and be dropping a video once a week at least, and just keep after it, because it's doable. It just takes time. It's like anything else. You got to put in the grind. You got to put in the effort, and it'll work out. Jason, welcome in. Hey, sorry I missed you there, brother. Thanks for catching me up on that, JS Hart. Welcome to the live. How's your morning going? I haven't been to bed yet. My morning's going pretty good. I've been on this live for 2 hours and 40 minutes now. Hopefully I sold some tools today. That's a lot of time. Hopefully I put some tools in my buggy. Who knows? I did notice the Amazon clicks went way up in the last couple days. Oh, hey, JS Harp, that's something you need to look into. Look into getting your Amazon affiliate thing going. All you gotta do is apply, and you don't have to be monetized to do those. You can do the affiliate links and not be monetized because it's not through YouTube. It's outside of their platform. So you can do Amazon links and you can promote them, and if people click on it, same kind of thing like what I'm doing. Somebody clicks on something you have on there, and then later on they decide, hey, I'm going to buy a brand new vacuum or something, you get credit for it. So you can have about 9 people live with StreamYard. Really? 9 people. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I could keep up with all that, but I would like to get like I'd like to get 3 or 4 guys that are, even women too, it doesn't matter, because I know some really good technicians that are women. I'd like to get 3 or 4 people that really know their stuff, and I can kind of feel them out and see, if they really know what they're talking about, and have a live with like 3 or 4. And I tell you, that's something kind of cool, JS Harp, that you can do is like, if you have somebody, like if you came onto my live and helped me out like that, then I help you out. So when you have a live, you say, hey, can you be on the live today? And then you have somebody there with you, and you bounce stuff off of each other, and it makes the live more interesting. So, that it's called collaboration. And I haven't done any of that yet, but I'm just kind of feeling out. You just want to bring just anybody in, because you could get somebody that they don't have a clue, and you don't want to do that. You want to make sure they're doing what you, nice, Tanner, I just hit 1,500 watch hours, closer to 2,000. Good job. Tanner, how people say hit that like button and subscribe, it drives me crazy. Yeah, actually, it's not even effective anymore. Even when you say it on your videos, you say, don't forget to subscribe. People already know. You don't have to tell them. I put a little thing at the end of my videos that just says subscribe. But yeah, it drives people crazy. 1,500 watch hours. So 4,000 is the, but even you, Tanner, go check out the affiliates, because you can do affiliates without being monetized. You can do affiliates. You don't have to be monetized. You could do an Amazon affiliate and you can be making money right now. You don't have to be monetized. You can do memberships too without being, I think you can do memberships. I'm not sure on that one. Tanner, I collaborate. I do biblical a few times. Yeah. something I don't do on my channel, and I'm not against biblical. I'm just telling you, I don't do it on the channel. I don't do politics, and I don't do, I don't do biblical because it just, people get just crazy about that stuff. And then they come on here and they want to just keep dropping everything about religion, which I get it, man. You're passionate about it, and I'm compassionate about things in my life too. But don't go to somebody else's forum and do that. It's rude. It's be like me going to your church and sitting up front and saying, "Hey, what do you think about a '75 Chevy pickup?" So that's kind of rude, in my opinion. That's all. But I'm not against it. Good for you, Tanner. That's good. I collaborate. I do a few times. Um, I'm hoping we can get some people like Jess Hart. He's got some skills. I can tell he knows what he's talking about, and that helps out. I blew the rim out of my Kia and made a video on the repair. FOE about $38. Now it's a front wheel drive only, but I couldn't find a rear transaxle anywhere in the Western United States. That's pretty good though. Still going, right? Collabs are fun. Yeah. You hit the like button so it makes me do it. Yeah, I know. My girl, she's always telling me what I'm supposed to be doing. She goes, make sure you tell people to do a super thanks and make sure you tell them to subscribe. And, she's always telling me, she has a list of stuff I'm supposed to be following, but you know how I am. I don't follow directions very well. I try to. I don't do church. Okay, that's cool. Whatever. That's what I say. We've had some people on here that, they started that, and I warned them. I said, you know what? It's okay to leave a comment, man. Everybody, is compassionate about some, but don't leave 15 of them about that. If you want to do that, go start your own damn live. Don't come on my live and then use it as a platform. That's not cool. I spent a lot of time and effort and, to get all this going. Tanner, I'll have to check your channel out. Tanner, how did we get to your channel, man? Tell us what your channel is. We can help each other. That works out great. The collab works great if you get like-minded people. She is all about promoting. That is a good woman. Yeah, she is, man. She is a good one. She's always telling me, you got to say that stuff, because she knows a lot about TikTok. So she goes, you got to teach people how to be helpful or they don't know. Yep, I agree, Jason Moreland. That's why I stopped allowing it. At first I was kind of like just letting it be, and then I just got frustrated with it. And I said, look, if you're gonna do that, I'm gonna throw you out of here because it's rude, to do that. It'd be like me coming to your live when your live is about the Bible and saying, hey, what do you think about that Honda 750? 300 times. They get old. And I'm not against people that are religious. I am not at all. I'll have to check your channel out. Tanner, I'm writing this down. Just so you guys know, I've been writing this stuff down so I can check that stuff out. Tanner Howells, HOWEWELLS 7777 at. Yeah, I'll definitely check out your guys. I'll check you guys out for sure. Yes, sir. Agree, Jason Moorhan. Yeah, howdy. Howdy, Truckee. Truckee, are you from Truckee? Are you just a truck driver? What's that about? Got you, Tanner. Yeah, we've got good deal, man. We're getting some collaboration going here on the old live. It's actually been going pretty good. I'm surprised how well, and I'll give you guys some advice as far as doing the lives. Man, you're a big fish in a little pond, really. Because when you put the lives out on your phone, it goes out to the shorts feed. And we've been getting a lot of subscribers from that. And I was talking to my girl, because we got monetized in, I got monetized in like my 7th video. It hit 280,000 views. And we just got lucky. And we got monetized with one video like that. But what I was telling her, because I have another channel, it's about travel. Well, we haven't put a lot of, because I don't want to, you got to be careful about having two things. You want to keep you focused. There's enough to do on one channel to be trying to do two. It's tough. But anyway, I was telling her, um, hey, if you wanted to, right now, this is the strategy I would tell people after doing what I've done. If you want to get monetized, come up with a good niche that you can talk about and people will stick around and listen to, just something you know a lot about, and go live. Because you can do 100, you can get 200 subscribers a month with a live. So, or even more. Like this month we got like 150 subs on the live. And I didn't do a lot of lives, but we got quite a few. So I think if you just did a lot of lives for 10 months, you could get monetized in 10 months, no problem. I need your method. Just do a live and drop some shorts here and there, and try to do one video a week, and then do some lives. Just go live and just keep it going until you create an audience. Because I think this is only like our 5th or 6th live that we've done. And, try to bring people some kind of value. I talk a lot about auto repair because I have a lot of knowledge in that, so I can help people through like little weird things. And I explain things to people like, this is an alternator, this is what it does, this is how it works, that kind of stuff. So I teach a little bit like that. Okay. I'm an European guy who loves American trucks. That's awesome. What kind of American trucks are you about, Truckee? Traveled to India, 28 states, different culture, 28 official languages. Really? 28 languages in India. That's crazy, man. I couldn't imagine that. I was thinking about doing going on a trip to the Philippines, and I'm doing that one. I'm thinking, not that I'm rich, it's just like I'm thinking about that'd be a good fun thing to do. Go check out the Philippines for a week. We're trying to figure out how we can afford to do that. But anyway, I thought of the Philippines because there's no language barrier there. Most people in the Philippines speak English. To where if you go to Vietnam or somewhere like that, man, there's a big language barrier. That's cool, yeah. What kind of American trucks do you like, Truckee? Could do that. I know a lot about auto and diesel pickup trucks. Yeah, absolutely, man. People love, I mean, I've been a little surprised how many people, like right now, we're at 251 minutes on this live. And I just think of it like sitting around at the shop and shooting a bull with the guys, And if you have a lot of experience with automotive, it will come off real easy. And like I said, the lives, they you get paid for the views on lives once you get monetized. I haven't made anything because I kept forgetting to turn the monetize on. Once you start the live, you can't go back and turn it on. It is what it is. To understand book, let's see, try to read, and it takes one life, holy book. Here we go. To understand, we used to go to India and get a couple of Royal 500 bullets, been about 8 times. I'll put P71 pump in my semi-comes diesel. Oh, really? See, I'm not a diesel guy, but I'm getting a B. I bought that, I bought an IDI. I don't know if you know what that is, a non-computer controlled 7.3. It doesn't have a computer, it's all mechanical fuel injection. And man, I'm starting to like the diesel stuff. I used to hate the diesel stuff at work because they were always like, nasty, dirty, stinky. And I did electrical, so I never really liked doing. But now I'm going the other route. I'm kind of liking the diesel stuff. I have a 71 Ford F100 Jason Moore. That's a cool truck. That's what I like to kind of do on the go on a StreamYard. Like Jason Moreland right now. If we were on StreamYard, you could send me a picture of your truck and we could talk about it. We could say, hey, there's a viewer, he just sent us a picture of his pickup. You know, we could show your truck, and so that's some things we want to do with the lives. I want to get switched over to StreamYard, but to get switched over to StreamYard, um, we got to get enough viewers so we can go with the horizontal. Because when you go vertical, it gets pumped out on the shorts feed, which a lot of people don't know that, but it's a big advantage if you're trying to build a channel to get pushed out on the shorts feed, because people are always seeing it. I ran both the other day, so I did a live with the horizontal and I did a live with the short at the same time. And the horizontal, we got like 2 people in the room the whole time. It was from it's all mechanical driven, no battery need. Oh, that's cool. No, it was from UK to Indian Company Royal Enfield bike. If you are a biker, then you should ride. I never said I was a biker. I like to ride motorcycles. It doesn't make me a biker. What do you consider? Here, let's hear your definition of a biker. What is a biker? Somebody that rides a motorcycle? Oh, really? That's kind of a neat concept. I did not know that. Maggot, I didn't know that. You talking to me, JS Sharp? JS Hart, sorry. The IDI is automatic. But my nephew, he hit me up the other day. He goes, you know, I got all the stuff for that if you want to switch it over to 4-wheel drive. He's got the transfer case, has a 302 and it loves gas, 10 miles a gallon. That sounds like my motorhome. My motorhome gets like 6 miles a gallon. Bikers ride like a family and protect humanities. Yeah, I know all about that. You're preaching to the choir, brother. Yeah, we just had a guy in here that was a Vagos. I've been down that road. Okay, I have family. Believe me, I know what being a biker is about. But I'm just saying. You ask me why I don't ride, because I'm a biker and I don't ride. I ride plenty. I rode plenty. Jason, yeah, my 1100, my has a 302 and it loves, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Is your truck a manual transfer or automatic is what I meant to say. Yeah, the truck, the IDI is automatic. And I know it's gonna be like a dog, because those 7.3s, no, it's non-turboed 7.3. And I know it's gonna be kind of it's hard to run them at like 80 or whatever, 55, 60, but they'll pull 25,000 pounds. They won't go 80, but they're a solid motor, man. That 7.3, I'll tell you what, if I was gonna build a truck that lasts forever, man, that 7.3 is, you can't beat that motor. Let's see what I'm doing. I ride a 115 Yamaha BG1 here in Vietnam. You know what? I'm in Vietnam, La Raza. I'm trying to put the funds together to go to the Philippines in like January, February, March, somewhere in there. And we're gonna get those little scooters and ride all over Dumaguete. We want to land in Cebu and then go to Dumaguete and then get those little scooters and ride all over the place on those. A 115 Yamaha. Yeah, that'd be fun. I think it'd be way to go. No. You can buy a brand new Royal Enfield in Australia. They look old for 8,000, 4,000 American. Really? The Royal Enfield, so it looks like an old style scooter. Thoughts on buying American versus import? John Oakey, what are you talking about? Truck, car, what? Buying American versus import. I'll tell you, I've always been a true believer in Honda and Toyota. Even though come to Vietnam, I heard Vietnam is amazing. But But I heard there's a real language barrier there. Do you guys have an issue with the language barrier in Vietnam with people that speak English? What's your thoughts on '07 Corolla? I think that's a great used car. '07 Corolla, I'd buy one tomorrow. It lasts forever. Both my daughters have Corollas. Um, yeah, you can't go wrong with the Toyotas. They're just bulletproof. It says 100 bucket racer or super light. They're called. I just rode from Trang to Moonji. Really? So how far is that in miles? Let me get your name right. La Raza. La Raza. How many miles is that? I hear that's the way to go over there is those little motorbikes. They call them motorbikes. They're just little tiny little like 200cc motors or whatever. Away from the bike gangs, not because I don't want to party or get in trouble. I have friends who are and we get along just fine. Yeah, I agree. That's me. I respect them. I understand their life, but I don't want to. I'm past that, man. I'm 61 years old. I'm too, I'm not into that. I love riding. I respect people, and I respect who they are and what they do. But you know what? Yeah, I agree. I had guys want me to go ride with them. I'm just like, I appreciate the offer, but you know what, man? I'm an army of one. I just do my own thing. I don't want to do that. I was offered to be a prospect years ago, and I turned that down. I'm just a guy that likes to ride motorcycles. And you can get yourself in trouble if you're partying and doing something, and you do something stupid, especially when everybody else is drinking and carrying on. So you can just share, and I'm Mexican from California here in Vietnam, and I have zero issues. Really? Thanks for telling me that. I appreciate you telling me that because we talked about Vietnam, about, maybe we should go check that out. And the reason we're thinking about it, it's so expensive to live here. And it's a good life, what I see over in Asia. They have good hospitals, and like Manila has a great hospital. A lot of people are afraid to go there because they think, oh man, it's a third world country. No, it's not. Manila is an amazing area. They got it's like going to New York City, H100 Honda. Give respect to get respect. Yep, I agree. Yep, I agree 100%. A lot of people a lot of people now don't understand that concept. They get educated sometimes. The dope man. I'm not sure what that means. That's my everyday car, '07 Toyota 5-speed manual. Jason Moreland, yeah, that's a good car. Both my daughters have one. I think theirs are newer, but I've been a believer in Toyotas ever since I can remember. You know what a good car is? I wish I had one now. Toyota Corolla wagon with a 3TC 4-cylinder motor. They used to build them in the 70s, about 75, right in there. Man, what a good car. They're probably worth 20 grand now. 350 miles. Man, that's a lot of miles on a little motor. That's a lot of miles on a little bike like that. That's a ton of miles. I could imagine what that ride is like. You wore out? I mean, is your back, neck, because I ride my Harley, man. I went on 4,000 mile trips, and after a 4,000 mile trip, man, I can't really walk. Yeah, those little bikes get great mileage. That's why everybody over there rides them. And the other thing is over there, they have a crazy amount of traffic. So you can zip around the traffic in one of those. If you get in a car, you'll get stuck in traffic for hours at a time. To where you're on one of those little motorbikes. And I don't know about over there, La Raza, if you guys got those Rolos, right on, right off, like ferries where you can go different places and just ride your bike on there, and they take you to the next place and you get off. It's like a little ferry you can take your motorcycle on. That's crazy. BSA. Okay, let me tell you, what is the deal with BSA? Oh, that's what it is. Okay, So BSA, you might already know this, maggot. BSA they used to sell firearms before they built motorcycles. It's called, I think, Britain or British Safer Arms. They built guns. And then they got into motorcycles. The BSAs were cool. I remember the BSAs. So I paid $1,200 for my Yamaha PG1 brand new, straight out of the showroom. I love this motorcycle. It's 5-speed, plenty of ground clearance, nobody tire. Check it out online. So a 5-speed manual or an auto, or is it automatic? I see a lot of those little motorbikes are autos. Is that a manual? Because that's what I want. Triumph Cubs. Sorry, I meant four gear. Here, Grant Hospitals, people are amazing, good food, the roads are amazing. Also, not a third world country either. They are very well advanced here. That's what I heard about Vietnam. I would go check it out. We talked about, if we should go to the Philippines or Vietnam to go check it out. Because we have a travel channel. We're trying to get some content for that. But, and we've been talking about, man, it's time to try to figure out a different place where you can live and not cost you every nickel you own to keep the bills paid. La Raza, thanks for that information. I appreciate you giving me that info, because that's something all you can do is get online and read and watch videos. You don't really know. You're just kind of reading through the lines on everything. I don't see your shirt and just decided to ask you if you ride motorcycles because you look like you ride. Then I looked at your shirt and was like, I'm a dumbass, ha ha ha. Yeah, I ride. It's okay, man. It's good, Yeah, I've put on a few miles on a motorcycle. Yeah. My electric glide has 115,000 miles on it. And my little butt sat in there about probably half of those miles. Car that I was US with my '02 Honda Civic. So that's why I tell people, when they ask me about what should I buy that's gonna last and it's dependable and it holds its value, Honda probably holds its value better than any car you can buy. When it comes to dependability, I would say Honda and Toyota. And I'm only saying this because I've worked in the field for 40 years. But if I have to work on it, I'm going to buy a Toyota. Toyotas are so much easier to work on. Hondas are kind of be a pain in the butt to work on. But they're very dependable and they hold their value well. So yeah, Honda and Toyota both. I had a Honda Accord two-door. I think it had 450,000 miles on it. I kept giving it to different people in the family. Give it to my daughter, she drove the crap out of it. Then I gave it to my nephew, he drove it. And then we gave it to another person in the family. And that car's still around. It's like, it won't stop running. Yeah, Birmingham small arms, okay, yeah. To get around on a motorbike, 9% of the people here, that's all they ride. Yeah, that's what I've heard is the people are just, and in the United States, especially in California, people have gotten so hard. They don't even want to look at you. You're like, you try to talk to them, you're like, what's that guy doing? What's this problem? I like to be friendly with people, I like to say, hey, what's up, whatever. And people here now, they'll walk by each other on the sidewalk and not even make eye contact. It's crazy. And I know some people that went to the Philippines and they said, man, the Filipino people are so nice. They'll do anything for you. They don't even know how to say no. No matter what you ask them, they'll do whatever they can to make it happen. If they got to carry you down through the woods or whatever it takes, man, they'll make it. And these people are, they're living on $8,000 a year income. I need to find a new car somewhere. Jedi, yeah. You put something in the fuel so it's trash, and high pressure pump will cost me $3 down for parts to fix it myself. Otherwise, yep. So what are you looking for, JS Harp? You know what? I'd look for a Toyota or a Honda, even if it has high miles on it. Because man, I've bought some high mile Hondas that are just go forever, man. All kinds of different ways to get into the highlands if you want to go to the highlands, but there's no need to bring a motorcycle. You can rent them for cheap for like $5 or $4 a day. That's what I heard, and I'm really kind of excited about going and checking out Asia. So I've never been out of the United States before, and my girlfriend talked me into going on a cruise, and we went to Dominica Republic, and we went to the Bahamas. We went on a 7-day cruise, and it opened my eyes. I'm like, you know what? How come more people don't live outside the U.S.? It's so much more cheaper, man. Especially, I haven't been to Vietnam, but I've been told that about Vietnam too. That Vietnam and the Philippines, you can go there, like in the Philippines, a doctor or a lawyer in the Philippines makes like 3,500 bucks a month. So if you have that kind of income, and I don't have that right now, but I'm hoping I will. I do when I'm working, but not right now when I'm not working. If you have that kind of income, you can go to the Philippines and live pretty good. I mean, you can live like a doctor, lawyer, dentist, you know, at a different, all kinds of, bro, I grow my own food now, and I have a few sheep or I wouldn't get through. Yeah, you know, that's what's happened with a lot of people. And I do that. I grow a big garden every year because it's like, I tell people, growing your garden is like printing your own food, your own money. I'm sorry. Growing a garden is like printing your own money. Because the way that stuff costs in the stores now, when I go out in a garden and I can bring in a basket of food, you know, that's really way more better for me than what I can buy in the store, why wouldn't you? Yeah, that's me, man. I've worked for 40 years, and it's my own fault, you know, because I didn't set myself up for success if something happened to my wife. I just never thought about it. I thought, you know, she was gonna outlive me for sure. And when she passed, man, it put me financially in a bad spot. I mean, really bad. I was scrambling trying to figure out what to do. Thoughts on the bike community getting popular day by day because of first time riders, bikes for me, fast bikes and crashing on camera. Do you like sport bikes? If so, what's your favorite one? You know, I haven't really been into sport bikes, but I've I always liked the Hayabusas. Um, they seem really fast. Raza, semi-manual, no clutch. Okay, so it's basically like an automatic. You just give it throttle and go. Those see that Chevy Cavalier cars with a standard transmission are great. Standard transmission are great. My God. Oh, you know what's a decent little car too, believe it or not, are the little Focus. The Ford Focus, you can get one that's low miles. They're a good little car. They are. They got that Focus wagon and the other one. We've had a bunch of them in our fleet at the county, and they've been good rigs. We haven't had really any issues with them. I live next to the beach. It's paradise here. You can rent a beautiful apartment with an ocean view. That's what I've been told. That's what I've been told, man. We had a guy on here the other night, and he was like really dealing with depression and stuff. And he said he had like 500K in the bank, and he's lonely. You know, he doesn't have a family or nothing. I said, dude, go to the Philippines. If you got that kind of money, man, you can live good. You can live in a high-rise condo and live like, you know, Elvis Presley over there for that kind of money. Ocean view for 400 bucks, really? That's what I've been hearing about the Philippines too. There's places in the Philippines like that. You can rent a house for like, you know, a nice house for 500 bucks a month. Like a knife. My name is Jared, by the way. What is your name? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, thanks for telling me that. J Sharp, but it's a third world country. My first name is Brian, Bryan. But they call me Go Big, only because I started all this, and all the guys at work used to call me Big Boy. So I started this Go Big. What do you guys think about doing hat merch? I was thinking about doing some hat merch. I've had a bunch of people ask me, hey, where can I get one of those hats? I was thinking about doing hat merch, but I'm not sure what people are willing to pay for a hat. I had an 84 Honda Accord. I drove it forever. Yep. Yep, the Honda Accords, man, they're a good deal. It's, but even the older, like 90s, 90, 91, right in there. Oh, I see. Oh, really? Yeah, the Ford trucks are piles, man. I can't believe we're spending what we spend on those Ford pickups. So I work for a government agency that, and so I set up trucks for like road crews, and we get the Ford pickups with the diesels in them, with the crew cabs, and they're spending like $90,000 on those trucks, and the engine and the drivetrain seem fair, but everything else is a pile, man. It's so much plastic on them, and everything's made of aluminum. Like they got the aluminum beds now on the pickups, and we're mounting tanks into them. And I told my boss, I said, we got to start putting some kind of bracing on these things. He's like, why? I said, look at the thickness of these beds. If somebody hits something, this toolbox is coming out of here. Not toolbox, fuel tank. I said, there's nothing under there. We need to put some plating under there so it has something where it doesn't rip it through the floor. He goes, really? I'm like, look at the thickness. It's like paper thin. You're mounting a fuel tank that weighs, 500-600 pounds full of fuel into an aluminum can. If they hit something in a wreck, this fuel tank's coming out of this thing. So anyway, yeah, they're just junk. Rolls are nice. Yeah, I I just never like working on the European stuff. Some of the European stuff is so expensive to work on, parts wise sometimes. Like, I don't know where Audi's from. Where's Audi from? I worked on an Audi one time. Oh my gosh, man. You talk about expensive parts. Jesus. You think they're made of gold if you're like a king for cheap with a girlfriend that looks like a model. I know, that's what I was told, man. That's why I told that other guy. He said he was all sad and lonely and he's trying to find a woman. I said, dude, go to the Philippines. People are nice. It's cheap to live. You got nothing holding you down. You could find you a nice girlfriend with that big old chunk of money you got. I have a, not that that matters, but there's some nice people over there. From what I've been told, they say the environment over there with the people is amazing. People are just so willing to try to help you and be friendly. They probably spend more like 120, but maybe not because it's, yeah, they get a good deal on the cars for sure. They make, we was paying like, it was crazy. We was buying those Ford Explorers for the cop cars. They were getting them for 26,000. And you can't touch those for less than 40. So they get a government contract on them. Okay, Audi's Germany, Truckee. Yeah, I worked on an Audi, and I had to buy some like a front wheel bearing for it and a shaft and stuff. And the wheel bearing was like $300 for a wheel bearing. It was like, and that was like 20 years ago. Jason Morley, what was your first vehicle? My first vehicle was a 1971 Honda XL 350 Enduro that my brother traded a compound bow for it that he paid $140 for, and I gave him $140 for it, and that was my first vehicle. It was a Honda Enduro. What a cool little vehicle that was too, man. I could go off-road with it, ride it on the street. That was my first vehicle. And then my next one was a Ford Galaxy 500 four-door with a 302 in it. With the Kia and have it uses the same engine, drivetrain, Audi. Yeah, I've never been a fan of Audis. And the European cars, I worked on a lot of them back in the day. Once I went to work, I haven't worked on any Europeans for like 30 years. But when I worked on the European cars, it seemed like their throttles were just like doggy. Like you step on the throttle and they kind of slowly go into it. They don't, not like an American car, man. It just seemed like they were just kind of, I mean, they ran good, but from off the line, it was like, whoa, they just had a hard time winding up. Uh, First car, 72. What is a HQ? Maggot, what's a HQ? Holden. What is that? I don't even never heard of that before. India is much better to live in, very rich and religious people. Yeah, I don't know. I just know that on my income now, it's getting to the point that I can't afford to live in California anymore. And I've been working my whole life. And now I'm retired and I have to go back to work at 60 years old. 59 or whatever. And I'm getting ready to get my Social Security next year. And my first vehicle, 70 Chevy truck. And I still have it today. It took me 5 trucks to get everything straight. You got a 70 Chevy pickup? What model 70 do you have? I got a 71 Chevy C20. It's not the camper special, but it's the camper, something camper. It was a camper, like a camper special. My first few trucks to get everything straight. Nice, mine was an 84 Mercury Lynx. That's a Mercury Lynx. I remember those, the Lynx. It was like the Tempo, huh? Kind of similar. Came to Australia, the Holden family got the contract. GMC changed to General Motors Holden. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that about Australia. I always wanted to come to Australia. I want to bring my bike to Australia and ride across the Australia. I don't know if it's doable. I don't even know anything about it, but I'd do it. So we got a similar truck. I got a C20, but it's a 2-wheel drive country camper. Custom camper. And I did some research on those custom campers. They didn't build a lot of them. They built like 4,000 a year for 4 years. There's only like 16,000 custom campers around. And so I've been keeping that thing forever. I thought about selling it, and the value has went through the roof on that thing. I had it sold for 9,000, and I told the guy forget it, and I changed my mind. And I think I could get 12,000 for it now, and it's bone stock. It still has a distributor in it. Everything is absolutely 100% stock on that truck. Ours with Chevy. Aussie cars with Chevy motors. Well, that's something. The Lynx was a Ford ripoff, but I loved it. Yeah, the Mercury, and that's kind of like, so didn't they have a Mercury Bobcat too? I remember I was just starting in the industry when those were around, about 1980s. It was an Eaton rear axle, 5 gears. Oh, that's Eaton rear axle, 456 gears in it with a 502 motor. So that's like an industrial motor, I think, isn't it? I have a 69 Ford F-250 camper special. Yeah, 69. Those are great years. The values on all those things have gone up, man. Mine just got a small block Chevy 350. It's what came in the truck. I don't think it's ever been out of the truck. I think it's 100%. The truck is 100% bone stock. The only thing that's been changed on that truck, somebody put a Grant wheel on it. But everything else is 100% stock. It still has a push button cigarette lighter, and with a big aluminum or silver knob on it. It has everything still there. It's got the dual tanks on it and the valve and all that still there. I have a 69 for, yeah, so that 20 series custom camper has a heavy duty front end, and it's a three-quarter rear end in it. It has heavy duty leaf springs, and so everything under it is really super heavy duty. but it's just a small block. Just a small block Chevy. I have a 428 Cobra in it with a C6. Really? Carl Miller. What are you driving, Carl? I have a 69. Okay, the Ford. It's got a 428 in it. Man, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, there's no substitute for cubic inches. People forgot what it used to be like to ride around in a big block. You guys remember the Dodges running around with the big blocks, the Mopars, big old boat cars? I used to love those things. I had a buddy that had a Dodge Mopar or Polaris. What was it? Dodge. I think it was called a Polaris, Polara or something like that. It was a big old car, but man, it had a big block in it. Geez, that thing would lay down some rubber like no other. Came stock with the 390. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That 390 is no slouch either, man. My brother had a Ford with a 390 in it. Yes, food floater rear ends. Old as gold. That's a good that's a good little saying right there, man. Old is gold. Because it's gotten to be that way, man. Old is gold. The biggest waste of money that I own up to is having 271 bugs. You want to hear something funny? I almost went and bought a 1973 bug a couple weeks ago. Because I was thinking, man, the bug would be a good project for the channel. And they look like they're so simple to work on. But I know they're not dependable and they're, you know. Yeah, my buddy had a 68 Charger with a 440 in it. Man, dude, it'd snap your neck. He put a manual in it and pumped up that 440. And I'll tell you what, man, when he launched that car, you better be hanging on. It would actually snap your neck. It'd raise the front wheels off the ground. Was offered to the plug-in full drag trim. 10-second quarter mile. I didn't know that about the Dart. Do you remember the Swinger? The Dodge Swinger? It looked just like a Dart, but they were called a Swinger. Those are around, man. The 70 Dodge. I see them pretty often. The Camaro. The fastest car I ever owned was that Nissan 370 Nismo. Dude, that thing was so fast. It sounded like it had a turbo on it, but it was naturally aspirated. Well, you punch that thing, man, it would drop down, and it sounded like you had two turbos on it. It sucked air, and it had electronic, it had dual cammed, and it had electronic timing advances where it would open and it could change the height of the lifters where it would open the valve. So you could just drive it like a daily driver, and then when you punched it, they use oil pressure to make the lifter get bigger, and it would open the valve longer, like a high-rise cam. Freaking crazy-ass car. You can have a lot of fun in a bug. Yeah, I was gonna buy that one because the guy, he was gonna sell it to me for 600 bucks. It had the motor, everything was there, the glass and all that. And I was gonna do it, but I have so many projects going. I just went, no, man, it's just going to sit around all winter. I'll just wait. And I figure if I'm going to do a bug, I like to buy a Super Beetle because they have what I heard, they got a better suspension in it. Can you shout out my dad, Gabe Itch? I don't know if you're trying to set me up or what, but yes, I will shout out your dad if you're not trying to set me up, Gabe Itch. The engines were hemispherical chambers in the heads. Yeah. Yeah, no. That's what makes a Hemi because the spark plugs go straight through the top. That's how you'll know. And there's a couple different types of Hemis too. There's different ones. My buddy Joe, man, he knows all about Chrysler Mopars. He had a whole graveyard of Mopars, and they had a fire. He lost all of his Mopar stuff. He had those the hood mounted tacks. He had a whole box of those. He probably had $10,000 worth of tachometers from Mopar that mount on the up on the hood. And I kept telling him, Joe, man, sell a couple of those things. You can finish your charger. He goes, I'm not selling none of my Mopar stuff. I'm keeping it all. I'm gonna have the manual trans with the doors transfer case. Yeah. Jay Sharp, sounds like you got some pretty cool rides are laying around. Yeah, Carl Miller, that's what I heard. And that's what backed me off from buying that 73. Excuse me. Because I figure if I'm gonna build one, I'd rather just get a Super Beetle, because then it's got it's got a McPherson strut front end, which I thought that'd be better. You know, if I'm gonna build one, might as well get a Super Beetle. Yeah, they cost kind of good money these days, I know. I thought about getting that other Volkswagen because I had some great ideas about what I wanted to do with it. And all the glass was there, the motor was intact, it was 100% complete. And I talked the guy down to like, I think 600 he agreed to. And I backed out because I was like, I just got too many projects. And I got a single lane driveway, so, you know, I'm trying to get that figured out. I'm gonna take some trees out and make it a double lane. That's a good deal because those Volkswagens are good money these days. I know, and I looked at it, and even that Volkswagen that I was looking at, if the bodywork was done and it was painted, it would have been worth about 8,000 done. But I thought, well, you know what? It's not going to be the last one I see. You know, air cooled, I had to work on them all the time. 12 wrench always with me. Like, always broke down. That's what I hear, that Volkswagens are like, they're not dependable, man. You never know if you're going to make it back or not. I know, yeah, I'll tell you what I did see, two Volkswagens, and I thought about on this one. I thought it'd be cool. Pull that motor out and put an Evo motor in it. Get an adapter plate for the transaxle and put a Harley Davidson Evo motor. I've seen them done. They look cool and they sound cool. You start them up, sound like a Harley. And the horsepower rating is a little bit more than the Volkswagen motor is. And then you get rid of all that, some of the stuff, you know, and they look cool sitting in the back of that Volkswagen with that V twin sitting back there. And you put an Evo motor in a Volkswagen, man, you got a dependable something. Get a Bug Beetles here for under 1,500. It comes in a bucket, really. Yeah. The other Volkswagen I thought about, and I know you guys aren't in electrics, but years ago I seen a Volkswagen Beetle that was converted to electric, and it was cool. It had an adapter plate on it, had a Presto big old electric motor on the back, and because it was so light, it was a really nice little electric. You van get away more in China for those Volkswagens. You might want to check it out. You can get over. Oh, you can get way more for the Volkswagens in China? Yeah. I thought, I'm not even sure if he still has it. I was gonna buy it because I just knew it was a good deal. I knew I shouldn't walk away from it, but I had too much going on. You know, I got a couple bikes and I got the truck and I got a lot of projects, and I was like, man, the last thing I need right now is another project, but I knew it was a good deal. And I built me a really nice I built me a really nice I bought a really nice heavy duty trailer, and I put a 12,000 pound winch on it. And man, now I can pull anything on there. So I got to be careful because I'm ending up with all these projects. Yeah. 98 Cobra, '03 Marauder, '05 pulled out a bunch of motorcycles. So you guys got all those things, man. You need to own one. You need to have some of these. 23 bucks. All right, 23? Yeah, 23 bucks. Okay, man, I think I'm gonna call it a night. My girl's up. I'm gonna go make her coffee and get her some breakfast. And I appreciate everybody showing up for the live tonight. And I wrote you guys' stuff down. J Sharp 1776 and Tanner. I'll check into your channels. I knew who took 2 of those and painted them without a motor. You get like 20. Really? Cheers, Brian. Okay, thank you. Geez, I can't spell tonight. Hey, well, let's talk about paint the next time we're doing a live. I'm thinking about learning how to paint. I can do everything else. I just never done no painting. I'm thinking about giving it a shot. Maybe we'll get some people on here that know about paint and they can give me some good recommendations. So, bro. Okay, hey, thank you. Hey, thanks for the subs, man. We appreciate it. Share out if you would. And if you guys are doing any spending on Amazon in the next couple days, go hit those links if you would. You know, there's links in the description. Just kick one of them, and then it opens up a 30-day window for us. And then if you if you hit the lottery and buy a Ferrari, I get a little commission on it. All right, man. You guys take care. I'm gonna go hit up some coffee. Take care. Later.